Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Just going to take a moment to get my notes on the screen. I've had a couple of tech issues that I've just been able to log into the hearing, so just bear with me for a moment, and I'm hoping that everybody can hear me and see me okay. Great, thank you, welcome. Okay, so we might get started. I'll just check I can see everybody on the screen as well. Fantastic. So the committee members who are joining us for this morning's session are here. So welcome to day 7 of the hearing for the Victorian Murray Floodplain Restoration Project EES Central package. The hearing, as everybody knows, is being audio recorded. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm chair of the committee considering EES Central, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Member Kirsch, who's also deputy chair of the committee, and Member Bell. So you can see both of those committee members on your screen. So there are a number of matters that we need to run through before evidence this morning. So I'll just run through what those matters are and then I'll come to each of them. So firstly, just some timetable matters. Then the documents received, questions for DECA, the site visit, and that's actually all I've got on my list. So moving first into the timetable and hearing matters. The last 2 weeks we've heard submissions and evidence from the proponent, and this week we'll be hearing from parties. Today we'll be hearing evidence from Dr. Murdoch, and this afternoon evidence from Mr. Frood. We'll also this afternoon be hearing submissions from Murray Lower Darling Rivers Indigenous Nations. So for this afternoon session with the evidence of Mr. Frood, committee member Dr. Briscoe will also join us. And then this afternoon hearing from what I would call Mildren, the Murray Lower Darling Rivers group, we will also have member Ham joining us. In terms of cross-examination, we have had advice from the proponent that it intends to cross-examine both witnesses today for approximately 30 minutes. And also Dr. Kelly is intending to ask questions for approximately 10 minutes. So I haven't been able to check if Dr. Kelly is with us, but I'll just ask if she could please be made presenter status for when that time comes. So just in relation to, or looking ahead at the timetable, this Thursday we will be starting at 10:30, so a little bit later than usual, with 2 hours for Environment Victoria in the morning and Friends of VMFRP Park in the afternoon. And Friday we will be sitting for the morning session only. Regarding the proponent's closing submissions next Wednesday, I just wanted to let you know that Member Ham will only be available to sit with the committee in the morning, and I ask if the proponent could please address issues relating to cultural heritage and traditional owner values in the morning. And I would, if possible, ask the proponent to advise if it intends or anticipates requiring a full sitting day for closing submissions as well. So they were the timetable matters that I needed to cover off on. Documents received. We've received a number of documents in the last few days. So I will just run through starting from 133. So the Mildren high-level submission is document 133. The committee letter to DECA Forest Fire Regions is document 134. The Mildren additional or attachment to the Mildren submission came in a little bit later as a document 135. An email from the proponent to the committee regarding the letter to DECA is a document 136. Expert witness presentation from Fiona Murdoch is 137. And we've received 3 technical notes from the proponent. So technical note 8 is 138, which relates to terrestrialisation. Technical note 9 is document 139, relating to dispersive and reactive soils, and technical note 10 is document 140, which is response to questions taken on notice relating to groundwater. I note as well that we have received on behalf of or from Mildren for their presentation this afternoon a number of documents. These will be tabled and uploaded to the share file, so I won't run through numbers for those at this stage. And that I just note that they have also been forwarded to the proponent, but they will be uploaded for other parties to view shortly. And the committee has also received via the proponent a number of emails and correspondence from other traditional owner or interested parties. And I was just, these have been provided to the committee directly. Our intention is to undertake the required redactions and to table those. Mr. Forrester or Mr. Townsend, could I ask if either of you would be able to just explain those documents that have come in?
Look, at the moment, I can't explain much about them. The situation, though, as I understand it, is that you'll be hearing the submission, I think, later today from Mildren, and the submission attached to it a page of so-called signatories. And there may be a perfectly valid explanation, because we think the document's similar to the document that existed around the times of the TRG, and with it, there's been intervening consultation, obviously. We understand that post the filing of that document, some signatories have reached out to the CMA, noting their name was included. Those emails were therefore from the CMA simply forwarded to our instructors to ask them to pass on to you. And I understand our instructors just simply pass them on to the committee. So we haven't really been more than a mailbox, but that's the background and the context as I understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. So as I mentioned, we will redact and table those documents, and certainly if we do have questions for you about them, we'll come to you. I ask that as the Mallee CMA has been the organisation assisting the committee to liaise with those groups, if acknowledgement of the receipt of those could be passed on, please, to those groups. And also, I understand the groups will already know that they're welcome to come and speak to the committee if they have an interest in doing that, but for that, that invitation to just be extended as a reminder to the groups. Clearly, we would need to hear from them within the next couple of days to be able to accommodate if there was a request of that nature. Thank you. So the next preliminary matter relates to the questions that the committee issued for DECA. So noting the proponent emailed the committee expressing concern with the questions. And in a moment, I will ask the proponent to explain its concerns and to see what it sees as options for resolving these. And then I'll ask a representative of DECA if they would like to comment. Following this, the committee will consider its options and will decide if any change is required to the issued correspondence. And just before I do hand to you, Mr. Townsend, just for clarification, the main purpose of the committee's letter was to better understand the conservation work exemption process and mechanisms, and that is certainly the focus of the committee's interest in the letter. So yeah, I'm very happy to hear from you your thoughts on how that may be best achieved. And I'd just like to confirm that we do have a representative from DECA here. I can see Mr. Curley. I might just ask if he or Mr. Decker is here as well. So either, if I could ask for both of them to be given presenter status. Mr. Decker's put his thumb up, so if he could please be given presenter status, and I'll come to you when we've heard from the proponent, Mr. Decker, to get your comments. So thank you, Mr. Townsend. I'll hand to you for your thoughts.
Thanks very much, Member Kendall. Yes, I can say that the submissions we'll make to you are in the spirit of just hoping to assist you through the process and the questions you want answered, and to give some guidance if that's acceptable for us to do so about the best way to do that, and to do so in a way that keeps the integrity of the process intact. So at the upshot of our submissions on this are really that the committee might just want to pause on those particular questions and redirect them for present purposes as matters of interest to be the subject of submissions from the proponent, which they will be, because they include a number of matters that are really questions of law that we have prefaced for you in the last couple of weeks around the relevant status and how central the planning scheme application or planning scheme controls are in the context of the EES and the terms of reference, and the assessment that this committee is being asked to make and the advice it's being asked to give to government. And that's something we talked about in the opening day and I touched on the other day. So there are effectively two reasons why we've suggested that you might just want to hold those questions, hear from us in our submissions, and then after that, as a committee, determine whether there are any legal matters you'd like to get advice on, which you can do under your terms of reference, or come back to us, or if there are residual questions and you'd like to put them to the department. So we're not trying to suggest that you may not have questions, but we think there's cause for careful consideration around them and why. There are two broad reasons why we urge a little bit of caution around this, but the first is substantive. The second is a matter of process. And in a sense, what I'm more interested in focusing on for you this morning are the process reasons, because they're hopefully a good guide for the committee, not on a range of matters, and are just constant or consistent with practice really in hearings like this. But the substantive point, if I can go to that first one, really goes to the origins of the question around the exemption being pertinent to this inquiry, and a matters we will be addressing you about in full and had intended to in our submissions, and that I touched on the other day. But the starting point on the substantive question is your terms of reference, because it's critical, we say, to the role and the function and the importance of this committee, that it is guided by its terms of reference on the questions that are the subject of advice, including on this issue. And the wording of the terms of reference is pertinent to the questions that we will be asking and considering. Now, I took my terms of reference out, and if I could ask, I assume the committee members have access to these, but on this particular point, I would draw your attention to the report obligations under 47 and the wording of the term of reference for C, because this is your guiding obligation in advising government, and the report asks you for recommendations on whether the proposed alternative arrangement to compensate for the removal, destruction or lopping native vegetation and associated impact on biodiversity is considered acceptable, and if not, whether any biodiversity offsets are necessary. And it ought not be assumed, and in our submission it's very important it's not assumed, that the proposed alternative arrangement means an exemption. The proposed alternative arrangement is encompassed in the EES and a whole body of evidence and implications of the project and a whole range of policy matters. So that's the first point, is that the terms of reference do not assume, nor would they, that you are asked to advise on whether the exemption applies. That's particularly important because the proceedings are also joined with a planning scheme amendment process that would switch off all the planning scheme controls. So the projects are not intended to be the subject of assessment under the planning schemes, should advice be given. So the particular exemption is simply an item in clause 52.17 And of course, this is not an application under the planning scheme or clause 5217 in the first instance. In fact, it's one of the reasons why the whole projects are the subject of separate process and advice, that they're not under the planning scheme process. So the substantive question, and the reason we have in our first body of concerns, is the premise upon which questions around the exemption are being asked, because it's one thing to say, by analogy, how would it go? What would it look like under the exemption? But it's another if the committee was predicating questions on the assumption that the exemption had some lawful relevance or application to these projects. But there are more problems when that merges with the roles of the decision makers, which is really our second point. But I'll leave the first point also just by adding this as a matter of process, that the appointment of the EES, and we'll show you the guidance under the Environment Effects Act, it comes with obligations under section 8 of that act, but they include the steps for the environment effects statement being prepared. And as you know, a first step is the preparation of scoping requirements with consultation. A subsequent step is the appointment of a technical reference group with interagency input. And so it's through the technical reference group process and interagency input prior to exhibition that, in the sharing of ideas, as it were, before agencies, these matters have been discussed and emerge and are matters for us to address you on in submission. But that's the genesis, if you like, of the discussion around the exemption, was really through the technical reference group process, not as a discrete term of reference question for your advice. So the first body of our concern is really about any questions about the application of the exemption being premised on legal submissions in the first instance about the relevance or otherwise of that, or the use of that, or the value of that to the committee's reporting, which is a matter we have expressly asked that we give an opportunity to submit you about, to make submissions about. But the second is a very important broader point, and that goes to the integrity of the process. And it's probably valuable here that I just step through this at the risk of putting propositions that might seem a little obvious, but it just helps me, I think, to step through it this way. And I might screen share some documents, but perhaps the starting point is the decision on the project. This won't be a document number you have, but it's the decision on the project from Minister Wynne, as he then was as Minister for Planning, dated the 6th of December 2020. And it's the decision that it's the notification of the decision that the Minister has made under the Environment Effects Act that an environment effects assessment is required. And in giving that notice, the Minister sets out the obligations that I've just referred to under 8B5 of the Act that include the steps that there will be, in this case, the EES at Roman numeral 2, the matters set out in scoping requirements. There's then a study program and the preparation of scoping requirements at 3. And you'll see Roman numeral 5 is the requirement to convene an interagency technical reference group to advise the proponent and DELP as appropriate on scoping and adequacy of the investigations and documentation during the preparation of the ES, as well as coordination with statutory approval processes. So that's where the interagency steps occur. And then over the page, in Roman numeral 6, there's a consultation plan. And of course, you get the formal public exhibition through 7 and peer review requirements, etc. But importantly, you'll see then the notification list. And this is a critical matter because these parties are given notification by the Minister for Planning under the Act of this decision. And the reference is made to sections 8A and 8B4, which I'll take you to in a moment of the Act. And they list the Minister now herself as having inherited the obligation, the Minister for Planning, but also the Minister for Environment. And they also list the Secretary of the Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning. Now, there's been some shuffling of titles, but obviously we should proceed on the basis today that the notice is inherited by whoever carries the roles and functions of those persons that were then notified. But it is very important that this notification is understood, because it has a statutory obligation that accompanies that notification. So if I might ask Mr. Forrester to take you to the Environment Effects Act for a moment. And if you look at the cover sheet of the Environment Effects Act, just to identify it and the contents, you'll see Section 8, even using the contents, is the advice of the Minister as to whether statement required. And 8A is no decision to be made on works until advice given. And 8C, decisions not to be made and works not to proceed until assessment considered. And these are important to the spirit and process of an independent advisory process that this committee is now responsible for in advice back to government, because the premise is that no decision maker under these acts can make decisions in respect of these works until they receive advice from the Minister's assessment, which in this case is premised on advice from you. So we've got to be very careful it doesn't become circular, that the decision makers are advising you what they do and you're advising the Minister and it goes back. There is a particular reason in this case why this process has been set up, to have independent advice to the Minister before any decision maker is advised. And also you have very broad powers as to what the nature of that advice is, which is also very important in this case. So just showing you the Act, though, if we scroll through, you'll see what I just showed you for at Section 8, 4 is the notice. If the Minister considers a decision is required, the Minister may by notice in writing require the body to make the decision, the relevant decision maker to refer the matter to the Minister for advice, etc., etc. Section 8, capital A, if we just scroll down, requires that if a matter comes to the Minister for advice under Section 8, the Minister may by notice in writing to the relevant decision maker and any other person or body authorised under an act or law to make a decision with respect to the works, direct the relevant decision maker or the person or body not to make that decision until the Minister has given advice in respect of the works under Section 8B. And under 8B, 4A1, which is referred to in that notice I took you to, the Minister gives notice that a statement should be prepared for the works, and at Roman numeral 2 that a statement, that a statement is required, I beg your pardon, under 4A1. The consequence of that at 8C is that if the Minister gives a notice under Section 8B to a person or body, other than the proponent advising a statement should be prepared for works, the works must not proceed and no decision can be made under an act or law by that person or body in relation to the works until the proponent has caused a statement to be prepared and submitted to the Minister for the Minister's assessment of the environmental effects of the works. And if we scroll down, the assessment has been considered by that person or body. So in this circumstance, the decisions that would otherwise be made or may be subject to, whether it's under a planning scheme or under any other process in relation to these works, cannot be made. And we say that encompasses, of course, any officers preparing what a decision would be and pending this advice. And it's therefore in our submission where questions of the committee are directed at a central matter, such as what a decision would be, that those decisions not be put to the decision maker because the decision maker is currently, if you like, forbidden from the decision-making process pending the advice. It would be quite a different matter, might I jump in here and say, if questions are directed at assisting the committee with information or inquiries or feedback that might assist you in giving your advice, but those questions must not cross over into the advice itself, the acceptability or what would you do type questions. So to that end, can I say there's been a long practice in certainly in the major projects whereby departments or the central decision makers do not make submissions on the merits to committees. And certainly it was the subject of great consideration going back 15 years ago to the East-West Link matter, where it was the first time I think the minister, in that case, had engaged council to appear to make that point to a committee that they ought not, submissions along the lines I've just made, that the submissions on the merits by decision makers should not be made through these processes. And that custom has followed through all the projects since. The decision makers are either assisting with information, or generally, and certainly in the major projects expressly, avoid making submissions on merits matters. And in this case, of course, that's what happened. If we look at we had a change of personnel leading up to the hearing, but up to the hearing, one would have thought the opening submissions on behalf of what was previously dealt but became DPT were the submissions, if you like, on behalf of the government or the decision maker, as it were. And if I can just screen share, perhaps, I think it's the Department of Transport and Planning submission is 109, but you'll see following the custom, and quite appropriately in our submission, the opening submissions to you followed the line that in every major project has been the case, and you'll see in paragraph 4, it is not the purpose of this submission and presentation to comment on the merits of the proposal, the EES predicted effects, or on the substance of the submissions made by any party to the hearing process, and the focus is solely to provide background on the EES, etc. It's quite common for state agencies to be in these things and to be asked to provide information, but in our submission, where they are going to be one of the ultimate decision makers, it ought always be the case that they follow the course adopted in this case by the department there in paragraph 4. And that in this case extends to both the Minister for Environment and, of course, the Secretary. It should be said that the Secretary, and perhaps, do we have the Conservation Forestry Land Act provision there? I might just show you as a matter, this is just one example, but even the Secretary's powers, the Secretary is a body corporate established under the Conservation Forests and Lands Act 1987. But it's important that this committee appreciates that, for argument's sake, and this is one example, it's section 7, if you can just scroll down, that the Secretary at paragraph 1, in the carrying out of powers, functions and duties conferred or imposed on the Secretary of Environment, the Secretary is subject to the direction and control of the Minister for Environment. So in other words, the Secretary is a body corporate, but subject to this Act is subject to the direction of the Minister for Environment. In this case, both of them have notice from the Minister for Planning that they're on notice that they're not to be making decisions on these works. And we say that obviously extends to giving advice about what a decision would be, given that they must await the advice following your report to the Minister. So this is the process issue that we say is a critical one, and really ultimately descends to the questions being perfectly appropriate if they go to matters of information or assistance, but ought not stray into an opinion or a view of any officer who is only going to be in a position of advising the Secretary and or the Minister later after the advice about what their opinion or attitude may be to any matter in the EES itself, because that crosses the line into a merit submission, and in our submission risks in the integrity of the broader process established under the Act and the prohibitions, as it were, on that occurring, to protect the independence, if you like, of this process and the Minister's assessment. So when we saw the questions on Friday, perhaps because we just read them at face value, and can I say, Member Kendall, I readily accept the proposition you advanced today about where you're headed, and I think that if we can actually get answers to some of the questions, that ought to be the outcome that you want. But I must say that our concern when we read the questions was that there was a directness here of the questioning that crosses the line and might not assist you, or worse, might compromise the committee and or a Minister for Environment or officers within their department on having expressed views that may or may not be consistent with advice you give or the Minister's assessment later, or any direction given by the Minister for Environment after advice to the Secretary for these projects. So you're not assisted ultimately in our submission by current thoughts or attitudes on the merits or the process of officers whose opinion might be sought later by the Minister for Environment after receiving the Minister's assessment, but ought not feed into the Minister's assessment at this stage on matters of opinion and approach. So if I can just draw your attention to document 134, which is the questions that in hindsight, perhaps if this was flagged and in the normal principles, we might have had a discussion about these questions, and the discussion we're having now might have been had before questions. But given that they exist and they're now set, our suggestion is they just be put on standby, as it were, until further consideration and deliberation. But just going to the conditions as drafted, the first thing was we noticed they were directed to a department, as it were, or a sub-department, which is squarely under the direction control of the Minister of Environment and or the Secretary, who is in turn under the control of the Minister for Environment. And that therefore immediately ought to be recognised as questions to an ultimate decision maker, and therefore fall immediately into the category of prudence and caution around questions of what a decision might look like, being at odds with the notice from the Minister for Planning. The next thing is that the questions were premised, as we understand it, on a submission from that group, which we've seen. It's document number, submission number 18, I think. We had responded to that submission in our table of responses to the conclusion to two of the practical comments in it. But the balance of it we saw as no more than a record of what emerged at the TRG, which is something we're addressing you about in any case. So we saw it as our role to respond to and deal with those matters, but we wouldn't have understood it to be a submission on the merits. And if so, it's not a wise submission in our submission from that group. We saw it as, if you like, a record of this is something we've raised through the TRG process. But the questions are premised on the back of that, and under the heading Conservation Works Exemption, we saw the necessity for context around why the questions are being asked around that exemption, and not the terms of reference, as it were. And so, but then, of course, it goes further by not just asking a question premised on an exemption, but asking what the answer is. In other words, are you satisfied, or what would you require to support an exemption? And we'd say that in those questions, one is directly asking officers or their minister to inform what a decision would be on a matter that they are prohibited from making until there is advice. And it doesn't assist that advice if the advice is simply to have gauged what they would have done anyway, if I can put it that way. So we'd say question one is problematic, both for the substantial reason, but also as a matter of process. It puts the Minister for Environment, the Secretary, and or any of their officers in a difficult position, and one where they'd be well advised just to answer in the way that DPT had answered, and saying they won't make any submissions on the merits. Likewise with the second question.
Mr. Townsend, sorry to interrupt you, just for a moment. We've certainly clearly heard your advice and submissions. I don't know that there's benefit in running through each of the questions. I suspect I would like to get the views or any comment from Mr. Decker if he is interested in providing comment. And I can certainly say that the committee is very happy to hear further submissions from the proponent in relation to the substantive issue that you discussed in relation to the conservation work exemption before we make a decision about whether any further guidance from the department is of interest to the committee. Could I, before I do come to Mr. Decker, could I just ask for your clarification on when that submission on the that substantive issue of the role, if any, of a conservation works style exemption to be considered by the committee? Is that something you were proposing to cover off in closing, or would you like to, is there an option to bring that, can you see merit in bringing that forward?
Well, look, we had indicated it was a matter we're addressing you on in Part C. I mean, look, that was before we knew it was sort of emerging this way, of course, and we just saw it as a matter conveniently dealt with in our submissions. But if you ask us for something sooner, it can be done sooner. So we're really in your hands about that.
I'm happy to accept your suggestion that it come through the Part C. So on that point, I will just ask Mr. Decker if there's any comment that you'd like to provide. So I'm just acknowledging that the committee is very happy to put that letter on hold or to even take it a step forward further and to withdraw the letter at this stage and to consider questions are required to be issued at a later date. So Mr. Decker, I'll come to you now.
Thank you, Member Kendall, and thank you, Mr. Townsend. DECA has been considering SIAC's requests and the questions that you put to us late last week. With respect to some of the matters that Mr. Townsend has spoken to, DECA has not yet sought any legal advice, so the things that I talk to now are really more based around input and experience that I've had with panel hearings and committee hearings in the past. Obviously, there's no doubt that there's a difference in roles between the obligations and inputs that the Minister for Planning have into this process and the Minister for Environment. And for me, from experience, DECA has routinely provided technical input and evidence-based advice into these matters or proceedings to assist panels and committees. However, as Mr. Towns has pointed out to some extent, that none of it is opinion or judgment based, particularly if it's tantamount to a decision that is going to be made. Mr. Townsend did start to talk to it a little bit in terms of the specifics around the questions. The email that they forwarded through on Friday talked to many of the questions, and obviously the devil's in the detail there as to which questions might cross over into that realm where they may not be appropriate. So I guess we'd be looking to the committee as to, in considering the matters that have been put before it, around whether or not it would like to withdraw or reframe or continue with particular questions. So we'll be guided by the committee on that. In terms of sort of a wrap up and a summary of where we might be at with this, we'd like to request formal clarification from the committee on the matters that it would like us to answer, preferably with an amended timeframe. We do have some first cut responses, and we're happy to meet the timeframe that had been put to us by Wednesday, but obviously that will need some clarification on which ones may be withdrawn, reframed, or continued with. And I think we'd sort of be looking at close of business this Friday, potentially at the earliest. However, if we do need legal counsel, we may need a little bit longer to ensure that we get accurate advice that's going to inform the committee and assist the hearing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Decker. So the committee will just take some time to consider its options, and we'll come back to all parties to explain that shortly. Before I do, Mr. Townsend, are there any response to the submissions or the position of Mr. Decker?
No, we understand those submissions, and I think we agree that if there are to be further questions, the committee ought not feel it's under any time frame or pressure to ask those questions, and the time frame for those answers can also be as appropriate to the questions. Can I just say, before you break, just on a different matter, can I address you on we've had an update on the site inspection weekly comments, and the short answer is there isn't. Mr.
Townsend, sorry, just a moment. We won't break right now. In fact, I was proposing that we speak to the site inspection next.
Oh, okay, good.
Just before we will rise for 5 minutes or so, just before we do hear from Dr. Murdoch, and then we'll come back and advise what we're intending. So I am actually going to say yes, let's please talk about the site visit now as the final preliminary matter from the committee's perspective, and then I'll ask parties if there are any other preliminary matters that we need to cover off this morning. So I'm happy to hand directly to you, Mr. Townsend, to talk us through where things are at from a site visit perspective.
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have paused when I raised that. Look, the short answer is we have a document telling us particular locations, but the short answer is not much has changed. There is a suggestion you can get views from the highway at Balsa and the visitor car park at Hat Harbour. That was previously known. There is a potential response from when Dr. Murdoch comes, how her land's going. That could be something that Dr. Murdoch might be able to address you about. But I think for present purposes, the position's the same as it was a week ago. We thought we might invite you to get another update from us next week, Wednesday morning, and we'll keep in touch with the relevant agencies and be sure to give you any update if we get any further information.
Okay, thank you. And we've heard from other parties last week with their views about whether it's important for the committee to undertake a site visit, which we all, I think, understand is desirable but may not be possible. I'll just, before we do, I will accept your, we'll come back to you actually, the committee will have a quick discussion about that shortly when we break as well, and I'll come back and just present our thoughts on that. Before I do, were there any other preliminary matters, Mr. Townsend, that we need to cover this morning?
Not for us, thank you.
Okay. Any other parties? And if you haven't been given presenter status, I'll just ask that you put your hand up. Okay. Looks like we're right to break. So we might just break now. I'll just check Dr. Murdoch is with us, because we will move straight into evidence when I've provided the committee's response to some of those preliminary issues. I cannot see her. I'm hoping that she's in. Okay, she is. I can see that her hand is up. Fantastic, Dr. Murdoch. We'll make sure that you have presenter status, and we'll come to you not long after we return from our, we'll make it a 7-minute break because it's 10:43. So we'll see everybody back at 10:50. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Apologies, that was a couple of minutes longer than I anticipated. I'm just waiting for Member Bell's camera to come on. She's having issues turning her video on, so we'll just give that a minute and see if that can be resolved. Fantastic, thank you. Welcome back. So just to cover off on the committee's position in relation to, firstly, the questions asked of DECA. As I mentioned, we are very happy to put that letter or withdraw that letter at this. So we'll withdraw the letter and ask that the proponent please provide us with, as proposed in your Part C, an overview of what you believe we need to know and understand in relation to the conservation works exemption. We would like the proponent to, if possible, bring that forward in terms of a written submission to the committee a little earlier, so by Monday next week. We also request a copy of the unpublished guidelines that it was indicated in the DECA or the DELP submission have been provided to the proponent to assist the committee in understanding how that's been assessed, and also to ensure that the submissions from the proponent make reference to and cover off the scoping requirement that does make mention of the conservation work exemption. Otherwise, Mr. Townsend, I'm sure that you will clearly understand the issues that we are considering from the letter that was issued, and I'm sure that you'll cover off on those as required. So in relation to the site visit, the committee has...
It's all perfectly clear.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Townsend. The committee has given this considerable thought, and as I said, it would be desirable, and we understand that parties are also of the view that it would be desirable for the committee to undertake a site inspection. We understand that the extent of area that we could be viewed and safe access is problematic at the current time and probably for the foreseeable future. And we do have other constraints that we're working around as well in terms of proceeding with our own processes in a timely manner, and also availability of the committee members. So on that understanding, knowing that these are exceptional circumstances with the current floods, that we are content to proceed with our process in the absence of a site visit at this stage. So we're not looking, with the other time constraints and availability constraints, Mr. Townsend, we're not looking for the proponent to come back with an update next week. As I mentioned last week or the week before, the committee is satisfied that it can appropriately consider and assess the proposal before it, noting again that not all issues require visual access to the site, and the proponent has provided extensive visual material through its submissions. Mr. Townsend, I would ask, as I mentioned previously, if we could have a slower walk through the drone footage as part of the proponent's submissions. I'm happy if that's at a time, it could be, I'm happy for that to happen during closing submissions if that feels like an appropriate time to yourself as well. Noting also that some committee members are quite familiar with the area, so that's for the benefit of parties' knowledge. And that we are engaged with experts in relevant areas and are familiar with the types of work proposed. I will note, however, that individual committee members may undertake a visit to publicly accessible areas as an unaccompanied site inspection during report writing, if this is at all possible. So that will still be something the committee members will consider if they're able to do that. So that's where we are at with the site visit, and I understand that's disappointing to a number of parties. It is also disappointing to the committee, but the reasons that I've just described, I'm confident that we can make do the assessment and as we need to. So I can see that Dr. Kelly is here and has raised her hand. Dr. Kelly, I'm not really looking for further commentary in relation to the site inspection. We have heard your concerns previously and we acknowledge those. If there was another preliminary matter, I'm happy to come to you. Otherwise, yes, I can see that you popped your hand down. So thank you. We've certainly heard your views earlier. And yes. So on that note, we will start to move into today's proceedings. We are running a little bit behind time, so we'll just roll with it. Dr. Murdoch has a 2-hour allocation. It may not quite take that amount of time, given, and we know the proponent has half an hour of questions and that Dr. Kelly has 10 minutes of questions approximately. And just in terms of order cross-examination, so that Dr. Kelly is ready, I will come to Dr. Kelly first and then I'll come to Mr. Townsend for questions after Dr. Murdoch's evidence in chief. So Dr. Murdoch, if I could ask you to please turn your camera on and your audio on. Thank you very much. And I understand that you are familiar with the declarations that are required to be made and that you've indicated in writing that you are aware of those and are happy to comply with those. I can't see you at the moment, Dr. Murdoch. I'll just wait till you pop your, not sure if there are issues with your camera there.
Apologies for that, Chair.
Thank you. That's not a problem. We can see you clearly now. I will just ask, and I'm sure that you would intend to do this anyway, but just to confirm, sorry, I didn't hear you before, that the declarations, that you're familiar with those and that you are in a room alone, and you'll let the committee know if anything changes during the actual giving of evidence in chief.
Yes, I will, Chair.
Thank you. And I'm happy to hand directly to you. Clearly, you're calling yourself, which is a slightly unusual situation. And if I could just ask you to do a fairly fulsome introduction at the start of your presentation to the committee. And I'm confident that you understand the process, but we will move into questions of cross-examination following your evidence in chief. And we have got a break schedule that we might push back a little bit. We'll get through your evidence for starters. We'll see how we're going for time. Dr. Murdoch, are you just anticipating the 30-minute presentation of your evidence in chief?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. I'll hand now to you, Dr. Murdoch. Welcome.
So can I just confirm that the presentation is visible?
Yes, all clear. Thank you.
Thank you. So by way of introduction, my name is Fiona Murdoch and I have a PhD in restoration ecology of semi-arid woodlands of northwest Victoria and 24 years experience in natural resource management in the Victorian Mallee. My husband and I manage the conservation property Rakajilum, and we have done since 2001. That's on the northern edge of Hattakolkai National Park. We established Mallee Conservation to promote the plants and animals of the Mallee and also to highlight the contribution that private land conservation can make to our protected area network. So I refer you to table document 87, which is my expert witness statement, and also this presentation is table document 137. I'll also be drawing on information from my submission to the EES, which is submission 9. And I have reviewed table document 101, which is the technical note number 2 regarding the Agaris butterfly surveys, and the expert statements of Ms. Jelly, table document 130, and Mr. Holmes, table document 131. And although I have not been present at the hearing, I have listened to all available recordings. So to commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Latchi Latchi people as the traditional custodians of Rakajilum and recognise their continued connection to land, waters and community, and pay respects to elders past and present, including any that may be with us today. I have had several years involvement with the Agaris subterrestris butterfly, which I'll just refer to as the Agaris butterfly for brevity. I have assisted Fabian Douglas with surveys outside of the VMFRP project since the butterfly was found on our property in 2002. And I've been observing the butterfly since that time. And I have been quite happy about the increase in abundance of the butterfly that I've observed over the last 20 years. So it did come as a real shock to me when in February, a scientific paper was released that ranked the Agarus butterfly as number 7 on the list of butterflies most likely to go extinct in Australia in the next 20 years. So that prompted me to make contact with a number of researchers in South Australia and to kick off a citizen science project with the aim to formalise some monitoring for the butterfly and a medium-term goal to undertake a translocation to establish a second secure population in Victoria. Unfortunately, due to the flooding in December 2022, I no longer believe that translocation is viable for this species at this time. So that's the involvement outside of VMFRP. Also had several years involvement with VMFRP. I first raised concerns in 2019. I've assisted the field ecologists with their observations of butterflies and ants in November 21 and April 22. And the Mallee CMA has also facilitated my involvement in review of the Survey 1 report, the Survey 2 objectives, the Survey 2 report, and I was also involved in early design discussions for Survey 3, and I undertook a series of fieldwork transects in August to help inform those methods. Now, you have heard quite a bit about the Agarus butterfly already, so I'll just touch on 4 really important aspects of the life history. So these butterflies are aphytophagous. They have no food plant. So unlike any butterfly that you've ever heard of, we don't need to worry about what plant they rely on because they focus entirely on the sugar ant, which is the host ant. So it's a parasitic relationship. The butterfly is actually a parasite on the ant colony. So in order to host the butterfly, the ant colonies need to be really large. So we are really focused on the ant, and the evidence from Western Australia and South Australia is that if the ant population crashes, the butterfly disappears. So for my presentation today, I'll just summarise the key points from my expert witness statement. And I'll also provide some additional comments on Technical Note 2, which is the Agarus survey report, and also provide some additional comments on the impacts of the 2022 flood event. And conclusion, I'll talk about some possible monitoring, adaptive management and mitigation options. So we have heard that there'll be winners and losers from environmental watering, and it is really important to understand the context of the losers. So the Agarus butterfly will never be a common species because it has such a complex life history. And added to this is habitat loss and fragmentation throughout its range. So as a result, we've got basically 3 large populations that we know about. So it's highly vulnerable to large-scale disturbance events, such as the current flood. So both the Hatter population and the Banrock Station population have been significantly impacted by this flooding event. And of the 2 populations that we have that aren't on the floodplain, the Pink Lakes population in Victoria is precarious. It could well be extinct. And the Pulganook population in South Australia is incredibly frustratingly is primarily found on the roadside and not actually in the conservation reserve. So that's still quite a vulnerable population. So the stakes are really high for the Agarus butterfly, and the Hatter population remains nationally important despite the flooding impacts. And whilst the trigger might have been pulled on flooding and the immediate impacts on Agarus have probably been realised at Hatter, it's still really important to consider whether the habitat within the MIA, the maximum inundation area, might become permanently unsuitable because the project proposes to increase the frequency of flooding beyond what we've currently been experiencing in the last 50 years. So as I mentioned, a habitat requirement, or the key habitat requirement for the butterfly, is large, healthy colonies of sugar ants. So this is a summary of the literature that describes the effects of flooding on terrestrial ant colonies. So flooding has both direct effects, it drowns the ants, and also indirect effects that happen over a longer time period. And that's around changes to openness of habitat, altered microclimate, foraging resources change, and there's also different interactions between other ant species. And those effects have been shown to alter the ant assemblage post-flooding. So we don't know the specific response of sugar ants to flooding, but we know that there's direct impacts. I didn't observe any flood, flood avoidance behaviour in the current flood event. And it's also likely that there's indirect impacts. The two that I'll focus on are altered habitat. So the purpose of the project is to create a habitat shift. So it's to reverse terrestrialisation of the floodplain. We don't know whether that habitat shift might well reduce the suitability of the MIA for ants. And the other thing I'm particularly concerned about is changes to the competitive interactions between sugar ants and meat ants. So flooding might advantage meat ants, which are a key competitor for the sugar ants. So that's been observed at Banrock Station, where it's meat ants that dominate the area that receives frequent environmental watering, and the sugar ants are pushed higher up and out of the area. And also in Western Australia, the increased abundance of sugar ants has been implicated in the collapse of the Lake Douglas ant population, which once hosted the Agarus butterfly over in Western Australia. So even if the sugar ant does recolonise the MIA, we don't know what the recovery time might be. So the return interval of flooding might be insufficient to establish those really large colonies of ants that we need to host the butterfly. And there also might be changes to the colony structure of ants that might disrupt that really highly specialised ant-butterfly relationship that's going on. So I'll go into a little more detail about those last 2 points. So we don't have a long-term comparable monitoring data set for Agarus, and that's something I will always regret not gathering. So this slide is my summation of what we do have, and it's really theoretical. It's basically showing a gradual increase in the abundance of Agarus butterflies in between population crashes that occur following flooding. The butterfly abundance would be mirroring a slow recovery of ant colonies post-flooding. So the proposed long recovery time is drawing on my observations that Agarus butterflies have steadily increased in abundance over the last 20 years. And there's also some evidence for that beyond my observations. So this is from the appendices of the EES, and I've simply drawn a red outline that shows the extent of butterfly observations from 2002 and 2011 surveys. So within the red area, the observations are really sparsely distributed. And then you can see the purple dots, which are the more numerous observations from the 2022 R8 survey, which is pre-flooding. So you can see that the extent of occupation of the butterfly is similar, but the abundance based on the number of records appears to have increased over time. There's obviously questions around survey effort and a variety of things, but it does match my observations of increased abundance of the butterfly in the last 20 years. So I don't want to labour on that because it's quite speculative, but the point is we don't know if the recovery time post-flooding is 50 years or even 15 to 20 years for a new ant colony to reach that size that it needs to be to host the butterfly. So the life history of sugar ants suggests that it could be at least more than 10 years for a colony to grow very large. So the ants are polydomous, which means there's multiple nests in the colony and they're all interconnected and they can extend beyond 100 metres. And the queens live for 20 years, which is pretty extraordinary when you're thinking about an ant. And I know from trying to breed the ants that the reproduction is painfully slow. It takes 2 to 3 months to go from an egg to a worker ant. So I suspect there is quite a slow recovery time of ant colonies. And ants are called superorganisms for a reason, and we can't underestimate just how large a fully established ant colony can be. So this is a photograph of an excavated fungus ant colony, which just demonstrates they're massive. So just highlight that the potential that the proposed 1 in 10 year flood frequency will be too often to allow establishment of those large colonies of sugar ants that the butterfly requires. The other concern is around the really complex ant-butterfly relationship. So R8 observed that very few of the apparently suitable ant nests host butterfly eggs, and this means that the butterflies are actively selecting their oviposition sites, the spot where they lay eggs, and any part of this complex relationship might be disrupted by flooding. So I won't go into a lot of detail apart from to say this is the most fascinating and uniquely complex ecological system I've ever studied. So butterfly selection of oviposition sites could be based on colony features. So it could be the size or the health of the ant colony, particularly whether there's enough ants in that colony to withstand the parasitic pressure of the butterfly larvae. And I've touched on how flooding might impact colony size or health. And there's also some evidence from other species that the aggression of the ants to intruders, which is basically an ant larvae, differs depending on how many queens there are in the ant colony. And the number of queens is actually influenced within a species by the disturbance regime. So there's very many unknown interactions there. One of the few things we do know is that butterflies select nests that are hard up against living trees and shrubs and with an open flyway so the butterfly can land on the tree. And that's a mixed bag for flooding. Tree health might improve or will improve, but the hotbush shrubs are killed. The open flyways might be impacted by post-flooding accumulation of biomass due to increased soil moisture. Finally, there's also some species that co-occur in the ant nest that might be really important that are impacted by flooding. So there's a leafhopper that feeds the ants and a parasitic wasp that eats butterfly eggs. So I do agree that it's beyond the scope of the project to resolve these uncertainties in the butterfly-ant relationship, but we do have an opportunity to revisit sites, the monitoring transects that were, excuse me, the monitoring transects that were established pre-flood, and to record how long it takes for the ant and the butterfly to recolonise flooded areas. And that's not just important theoretical research. I feel it should be a condition if the projects do proceed that watering events are based on knowledge about the duration of flood impacts on ants and butterflies. So I'll move on to the quantification of impacted habitat. And this is around technical note number 2, which I have reviewed. There are 3 conclusions in the discussion of that note. The first being that the sugar ant nests are more common outside the MIA, and this appears to be as a result of survey 3 and 4. The statistical significance of this is not described, but I will just highlight that there's a risk in assuming that all sugar ant colonies can host a gyrus. It's actually several species of sugar ant in the Camponotus terebrans species complex. We just haven't got around to naming and describing them all. So this has been identified through genetic fingerprinting, and it's not apparent when you look at the ant. So in Western Australia, the Camponotus terebrans that hosts the butterfly is less common, but it co-occurs with the Camponotus terebrans that doesn't host the butterfly. So we don't know what the situation at Hatter is, but we can't assume by looking at an ant colony that it could be a host for the butterfly. The second point made, the second conclusion drawn in the technical note is around the habitat model, and that indicates that the MIA impacts 11% of suitable habitat for the butterfly. So I'm not an expert in max ant models, and it is unclear to me why the model appears to include extensive areas of irrigated horticulture in the north of the slide. And I would like to understand if the performance of the model has been validated or if it's been trained, particularly with the absence data from surveys 3 and 4. And finally, I'm not sure if the 100-metre buffer to the managed maximum inundation area has been applied in calculating that 11%. But taking the qualifications aside, taking the model at face value, impacting 11% of habitat for this significant population of butterfly is an extreme residual risk using the consequence and likelihood table from the EES, which sets a threshold at 5%. So the third conclusion in the technical note is that the project is likely to have similar effects on the Agaris within the MIA as would have occurred during natural flood events. And this seems to be based around an assumption that prior to river regulation and levees, the butterfly population would have experienced and survived frequent periodic inundation. And that's also the second of the central themes of table document 110, which is the proponent's Part B submission. So to me, it's a bit of a stretch to make assumptions about butterfly and ant response to historical flooding frequencies when we don't have a lot of data there. But what we do know is that the flooding frequency proposed by the project will impact ants and the butterfly in the MIA more regularly than the current very irregular flooding regime. So I've already described how this might make the MIA unsuitable for ants and butterflies. And I also disagree that the project can resemble natural circumstances. I presume that refers to a flooding regime that's close to pre-regulated river conditions. However, environmental watering doesn't exist in a vacuum, and our current circumstances include habitat loss and fragmentation, increased pest species, altered climate, frequency of disturbance events due to climate change, and an overall decline in biodiversity. So rather than considering the project just as a return to natural flooding, we need to consider the effects of the project on the Agaris butterfly in the context of our current circumstances and how vulnerable that species actually is to extinction. So I'll move on to the effects of the 2022 flood event. I do believe we'll see a dramatic decline in butterflies resulting from the loss of the hosting ant colonies and also direct impacts to the butterfly population, drowning of the butterfly eggs and larvae in the inundated areas. So I'll discuss a few things, but the relevance to the project is that it really has altered the threat profile for the butterfly post-flooding. Firstly, I'd like to apologise for the clumsy nature of the next 3 slides. I don't have the full spatial data sets available to me that would allow me to present this concisely on a single slide. So I've used a combination of Google Earth, Canva and Sentinel satellite imagery. So it is a bit clumsy. So I'd like to expand on slide 28 of table document 131 from Mr. Holmes, and it relates to the impacts of the 2022 floods on Agaris. So the inundation extent presented from the proponent is based on the 19th of December. However, because the water levels in Hatter North kept rising after the Murray River peaked, the maximum extent is actually better represented by this satellite imagery from the 29th of December. And it also much more clearly shows the connections and the areas that were impacted by flooding. So ideally, we'd be digitising this layer to understand the flood extent. And it's also really important because there's 2 subpopulations of the butterfly that were impacted post-December 19. So the big red circle is the Dry Lakes area, and the smaller red circle is on the Racadillan property. And that population of butterflies was impacted on the 24th of December when a levee in the neighbouring property broke and additional floodwaters entered the property. So this is from slide 28 of Mr. Holmes's presentation, and I've simply added some circles to indicate those butterfly populations that have been significantly, partially, or not impacted by the flooding on the 29th, as of the 29th of December. I'd like to draw your attention to the couple of green circles right at the far north central of the screen, and I'll refer to this as the northern end of the mournful track. You can see there's quite a number of observations, including recent observations of flying butterflies and also egg sites. And that's an unimpacted site up there. This slide, I've simply added the additional overposition sites that I know about, both on the Racagillan property and also from the R8 surveys. And this is the full extent of the butterfly sites that we know about in Hattah. And again, I've just allocated the impacts based on imagery from the 29th of December. So my estimates are around 14 subpopulations have been significantly impacted, 3 partially impacted, and 4 not impacted by the 2022 flood. And that's, as I said, really important because it's changed the risk profile for that butterfly. So I have provided in my expert statement some detail about the threats to Agyrus, which are additional to what the proponent has assessed. And possibly only a few months ago, I would have been less concerned about some of these threats, such as roadkill. But because the current flood has so significantly impacted the population, every single egg-laying site and lecking site for the butterfly is now critically important. Any damage to those sites will have a proportionally larger impact to the population as a whole. So additional threats to consider are around the construction phase if the project proceeds, and roadkill at lecking sites. So a lecking site is where the male butterflies gather to find the female butterflies, and they're generally on bare areas like roads. So the area that I pointed to at the northern end of the Mournpool track is a known lecking site for the butterfly. And in fact, in 2000, it was the first spot that we found a butterfly in Hattah, and it was a roadkill at that location. So you might not be thinking about roadkills and butterflies, but it's been identified as a key threat in the Barberland Nature Reserve population of Agyrus in Western Australia. So that is something we do need to think about. In the operation phase, if the projects proceed, we really need to be much more focused on small-scale soil disturbance in overposition sites. So things like this photograph is actually of pig rooting around the base of black box trees. And there's also some considerations around how we might manage any increased biomass as a result of flooding. So we need to be thinking about potential for fire and control activities at overposition sites. And also we might even need to consider the potential to manage growth of vegetation so that the flyways where the butterflies try to access the tree are maintained clear of vegetation. So in conclusion, I will just say that I support the recommendations of Mr. Holmes in his expert statement, that additional survey is required to delineate the Hattah butterfly population, that monitoring is required into the recolonisation of the ant onto the floodplain post the current flooding event. And I'll also add to that we need to be monitoring the recolonisation of the butterfly onto the floodplain. I agree that monitoring of butterflies before and after any managed inundation event, should the project proceed, is warranted. And I also agree that broader surveys outside the Hattah area are also necessary. I don't share the same optimism of Mr. Holmes that if we look for them, we'll find them, but I do think it's a really important thing to do for this species. So in addition, I'd add that I feel that items 1 to 3 should be conditions for any any approvals if the project does proceed, and that environmental watering must be informed by the duration of flood impacts on ants and butterflies, which is item 2, and also that adaptive management should be informed by item 3. I feel that there are additional mitigations during construction and operation phases that are warranted. And in reviewing the recording from Wednesday, I noted there was some discussion around the feasibility of translocation. So I will just add that translocation is definitely a feasible option, and it's something I was very hopeful to be able to achieve immediately prior to the flooding of the butterflies on our property. Translocation can be achieved by simply removing a sliver of bark that has fresh butterfly eggs adhered to it and moving that bark to a hosting ant colony and attaching it to the tree at that site. So it's experimental. We'd have to monitor the success, but it is entirely feasible that could be something we could pursue. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murdoch, and thank you for keeping to time. It's greatly appreciated by the committee, given we had a little bit extra to cover this morning. Could I just ask before we do move into the break, so we will have a 15-minute break in a moment, but your final slide where the item numbers that you have in addition to the areas that you agreed with the other expert. I haven't got it quite up in front of me. Just wanted to check that the numbers that you referred to in your conclusions relate to the 1 to 4 in your list above. I might get you to bring your slide up again. It's probably a fairly obvious question. Apologies. I just wanted to make sure that I was 100% clear.
Sorry, just having difficulties getting back to where I need to be.
That's okay.
Apologies.
So it's your conclusions 1 to 4, and then you have written, in addition, if the project proceeds, you've written items 1 to 3 to be conditioned. So the items do relate to your conclusions 1 to 4. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm distracted by trying to bring this up. Okay, so items 1 to 4 relate to paragraph 5.12 of Mr. Holmes, and they're the 4 points that Mr. Holmes made in paragraph 5.12. And then the additional dot points, I see the confusion. I'm saying that items 1 to 3 of my conclusion, yes, what I support would be as conditions should the project proceed.
Great, thank you. No, that is clear. I just wanted to be 100% sure that I was reading the slide correctly. Thank you. So we'll break now for 15 minutes, coming back for cross-examination, starting with Dr. Kelly. So we'll see everybody at 11:45. Thank you. Great, thank you very much, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you very much, Dr. Murdoch, for your evidence in chief. We'll move straight into questions and ask Dr. Kelly if she could please put her camera on. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Kelly. I'll hand directly to you for your questions.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Dr. Murdoch, thank you for your presentation, and also thank you so much for your work. I think we can see that it's quite incredible and remarkable and fascinating. And I'm really sorry that to hear that these floods have had an impact on the colonies there, on the Agaris. My first question is that I wondered if you mentioned that there could be other colonies, or I suppose could there be other colonies other than those ones that you noted on the maps? And could you explain further how further surveying could be done and where it could be done to make sure that we do know where these colonies, I might be saying the wrong word. Do you say colonies of Agaris, or do you say something else?
Subpopulations within the known Hatter area, and then also additional populations outside the Hatter area. So I guess there's two components to additional survey. It's probably beyond the scope of this project to consider. Well, I guess it's Mr. Holmes's opinion that if we look for butterflies elsewhere, we would find them. And I'm not quite as hopeful, but I do believe it is worth doing additional survey work for the Agaris butterfly outside the Hatter areas. It's incredibly vulnerable to only have one known secure population in Victoria. So it's also my hope that we could find additional populations outside the Hatter area. With regards to additional survey work within the Hatter North area, I also think that that's worthwhile. It would have been my hope that throughout the last 9 months of survey work from R8, that they would have clearly identified that there was areas of Agaris butterfly well beyond the maximum inundation area that would have been safe from flooding. That would have been my hope. I don't think we've clearly demonstrated that. The Agaris butterfly does seem to be very closely associated with areas that are subject to inundation from the proposed project.
Thank you. Number two, you spoke a bit about the impacts of roads, construction and things like that. And your focus is on butterfly, the Agaris butterfly. But have these types of impacts and sensitivities been taken into account, do you think, for like roadkill and things like that, for in these areas that are national parks and reserves, and for prioritising conservation, and they're very sensitive areas, have all the parts of the ecological and biological behaviour of other species, do you think, been taken into account? You've demonstrated how sensitive the Agaris butterfly is and how many impacts there could be from parts of these projects.
Dr. Kelly, apologies, your audio dropped out a little bit there. I'm not sure if Dr. Murdoch struggled to hear part of that as well. Would you mind just very succinctly repeating your question? Just if you could be very as succinct as you can in just repeating the exact question.
These areas are national parks and reserves prioritised for conservation, and Dr. Murdoch, you've talked about the impacts that can in construction, roadkill, soil disturbance that can impact the Agarus butterfly and the ant that it needs to feed on. Do you think these types of sensitivities and impacts have been taken into account for other important species in these floodplain areas that are going to be impacted by the projects?
Sorry, Dr. Kelly, I can only really comment on the Agarus butterfly, where I highlighted that it hadn't been taken into account sufficiently. I think that's probably more a question for Dr. Holmes. Oh, sorry, Mr. Holmes.
Yep, thank you. Number 3, could you, you talked about, in regards to the risk profile and the 2022 flood event, are you saying that the risk profile should or could be redone for the Agarus butterfly?
Yes, I am. I think it's adaptive management in play at the moment, that we need to acknowledge the significant impacts of the flood and be quite agile in how we change how we're looking at the projects.
And do you think it should be redone for all species?
Again, I can't comment. I'm representing the Agarus butterfly.
Question 4, do you think these areas, I suppose you can speak on your particular area, these geographical areas, these floodplain national parks and reserves have been overstudied or understudied?
I would always say that the mallee is underrepresented in scientific research, and I think no one would disagree with that. It is one of the lesser studied parts of Victoria.
Yep. And question 5, well, we'll go to question 6. I can understand from your presentation that the impact that the proposed flooding regime would have, but what about what's your opinion of small and medium overbank flows that occur naturally? Would they have a threat? Are they a threat to the Agarus?
So the Agarus doesn't occur on parts of the floodplain, basically where red gums flow, where red gums are. So overbank flow, those small to medium events that happen more frequently, it does not appear to be preferred habitat for the butterfly.
Yeah. And question 7, you mentioned, can you expand on you mentioned mimicking natural watering, and that these type of flooding or flooding of these areas doesn't exist in a vacuum. And I take it that you were trying to say that, you know, each area is quite unique and the situation each season is quite unique. But do you have any comment on these projects being cookie cutter approach to restoration?
No, I don't. Sorry, Dr. Kelly, you're on mute.
There we go. Okay, I'll move to question 8. The issues affecting the project, over the years, you've lived in the area, worked in the area. I think I probably met you 20 years ago. We all live in small communities. We all know each other. We've had long histories and associations. And especially for, you know, that interaction between work and personal life. And do you think those types of things
Dr. Kelly, we're just on 10 minutes, and I'm going to ask you to be very targeted with your question.
Do you think those things have had an effect on how this project has projects have played out. For instance, I'm going to leave that question. Do you want an on-site visit, Dr. Murdoch?
I'd certainly welcome an on-site visit. There are areas of our property that are accessible, and I'd make that offer to any of the committee that there are some areas available. Yes, I think an on-site visit would be beneficial, but I understand from the chair that that's really an option.
And my last question is, your property is adjoining Hatter. And if your property wasn't purchased by yourself, what do you think would have happened there? And is there more, should there be more purchase of adjoining land to these riverine areas to add to the conservation areas?
Dr. Kelly, I'm not confident that that's of assistance to the committee to hear the answer to that question, unless there's something particular you wanted to say, Dr. Murdoch.
I suppose I'm trying to point out how important these areas and how there's not many of them, and how the conservation, the national estate, what VIAC put in place, and the reserving.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. You'll get the opportunity to expand in your submission on your view. Was there, Dr. Murdoch, did you want to provide any comment on that final question?
No, look, I'll just say that private land conservation does have a role in the protected area network, and that's all really.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Murdoch.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Mr. Townsend, I'll come to you for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Murdoch, I've got some questions for you on behalf of the proponent, which is really Lower Murray Water, but we're also responsible, if you like, for the planning approvals that we're advocating through this process that will in turn inform operations, so Mallee CMA as well. I think you're aware of that, but I thought I should just introduce myself. And I wanted to say at the outset too that your role as a private land conservationist and your expertise is very much welcome, and you are an important stakeholder as a landowner in these projects. And so my questions are very much limited to those matters that I think we can usefully discuss having regard to your ongoing role as a stakeholder in these projects. So I just wanted to start though by asking, I think, some things that are clear, but my first question is really a matter of interest, I think. When you purchased the land 20 years ago, it was 20 years post-flood and roughly 20-something years pre-flood, as we now know. Did you purchase it with an interest in the butterfly or the conservation values of the land generally?
The conservation and values of the land generally. We didn't know about the butterfly at the time of purchase.
Thank you. That I wondered that, and it seemed consistent with the way you described that your early days there. Can I ask you this question? You mentioned the notion of winners and losers. Have you turned your mind to the winners of the flood, whether it's a natural flood or a managed flood on the land you control?
Absolutely. So I think Mr. Holmes referenced some plumed whistling ducks. We observed a pair of plumed whistling ducks on our property as a result of the current flooding event. There are absolutely winners, but my concern is about the Agarus butterfly because it's clearly a loser.
Yeah, but I might be reading between the lines, but looking at your last slide, and we'll come to, it seems to me that your interest moving forward and any consent you provide is influenced by a broader ecological or broader conservation values as well, but wanting to be informed further about the implications for the butterfly.
The implications, so speaking as a landholder now, the implications for the butterfly, but also the implications for the other threatened species that are on our property.
No, and that's perfectly fair. I'll just get Mr. Forrester to share for a minute from the EMF. So I'm sure you're aware of this, but I think it's useful if I structure why I'm in any question I put to you, just have to be totally respectful of your proprietary interest in the land. And so the way the EMF, I think you're aware of this, isn't it, is that the contractor is required to comply with the conditions of statutory approvals and to obtain all other approvals, license, permits and consents that may be required to construct the projects. And parts of the projects impact private land with either project works or operations affecting land held in private ownership, some of which is held for conservation purposes, prior to commencing any works on private land or causing inundation of private land through a watering event. Land access and arrangements in place with the relevant landowner is concerned, or landowners, sorry, concerned. You're obviously familiar that that's an obligation on the operations of the project and that a consultation with you would be required.
Yes, I will, but I'll just caution perhaps that the Agaris butterfly does exist in the National Park estate as well. I would be very uncomfortable if there would seem to be a reliance on looking after the butterfly solely on the private land estate, perhaps at the expense of public land estate, because it's my experience over the past few months has been incredibly difficult making decisions about a butterfly, which really is a matter for the state to be concerned about its threatened species.
Okay, that's a fair point. So to make sure I'm clear, what you're saying is your recommendations or your interest in surveys or research or matters affecting the butterfly don't just apply to you as the landowner, but to the species more generally through the floodplain and the MIA. Yeah, understand.
Absolutely.
Okay. But coming back to the bit that where it overlaps with your land, you are in a position, it seems to me, to be engaged as a stakeholder and to consult along the way and to be informed in real time, as it were, in ensuing years over influences that may or may not affect your decision.
I'm sorry, I missed the question there.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. The process, it seems to me, moving forward, is that because of the consultation required with you, you're able to make decisions at that time relevant to information or influences at hand as known at that time.
I think we're straying into my role as a landholder versus what I was hoping
I am.
today.
I am asking you. No, I'm asking you as a landholder. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope that I'll be involved as a stakeholder going forward. I do have less ability I have no ability to make decisions about the management of the national park.
No, but I am asking you very much these questions as somebody who's has a direct interest as a stakeholder and landowner. In fact, someone whose consent's required and arrangements need to be made with, which is picked up in the EDSs as well. Perhaps, Mr. Forrester, I should just show you LU2, I think it is, just to be clear on that under land use effects operation in the delivery standards that would apply prior to operation, there'd have to be landowner agreements for the operation and maintenance infrastructure in areas to be inundated. And during operation, it would have to be operated and maintained in accordance with that agreement. So I suppose I just wanted to show you that, Dr. Murdoch, with a view to trying to explore with you some of the things that might be influencing you as a landowner, when you make that agreement and with your interest in the butterfly. But perhaps if I can ask you to screen share, if I get Mr. Forrester to remove this, I might ask you to put your slide 24 on screen. Is that all right? And if you're struggling at your end, I can probably get it done from our end.
Slide 24?
Yeah.
Sorry. Just need to press share.
Do I take it that are these matters that you've set out there the types of things that you expect to inform your decision as to whether to be consenting, as it were, to the inundation and operation of the projects on your land?
Again, I don't want to muddy the waters between myself as a landholder and information about the Agaris butterfly more broadly. These are the conclusions that I think should apply to the project as a whole, not just conclusions with regards to the land that I'm looking after.
I understand, but insofar as it's the land you're looking after, I suppose what I'm trying to explore is whether what you're setting out here are recommendations you'd make for yourself, as it were. These are recommendations you'd give you as a landowner as to the sorts of things you'd like to see for the land to be included in the operations phase.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The population is broader than that. So
yes,
we can't actually manage the population just by managing the 40 hectares of Racagillum that will be inundated under the project proposals.
Look, that's a perfect answer for my purposes, and I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but I was interested in that part of it because it seems to me there's a difference between monitoring or looking for the return of the Agaris, as it were, on the land that's now been flooded, and work or research or monitoring or efforts that might be put in the species more generally in more sustainable circumstances, perhaps outside the MIA or within it. Is that a fair proposition?
Yes, I do acknowledge that it's beyond the project's responsibilities to probably undertake broader surveys outside the Hatter area, although it is useful to inform the context and understand the rarity of this butterfly. Sure,
but I even mean here just on your land versus the balance of even the MIA. You know what I mean by MIA, maximum inundation area. I think you're familiar. Yeah. So even between those two, do I take it that what you're saying there is you might recognise that there might be more benefit or value in surveys or research on the Agaris, notwithstanding that it might not be returning on your land?
Yes.
Yes. And to that end, your expectation, I mean, we'll all know in the fullness of time, but your expectation is that the extreme threat that I think you included on your slide 17 has occurred on your land so far as the Agaris is concerned.
Yes, we have some subpopulations which have been unimpacted, some that have been partially impacted, and to date this flight season we've seen 3 single butterflies post flooding. So that's a significant drop in what we'd normally see, but it does tell us that the butterfly is still present on our property at the moment.
What we've learned both through the further surveys and through the experience you've just described is that the butterfly, and I don't mean its flight path, I mean its relationships with the ants, we know occurs both inside and outside the maximum inundation area. And in fact, isn't it the case that thanks to you, but the further work that's been done and the survey work showing, in fact, it's more abundant than was known, both inside and outside the maximum inundation area?
Yes, so there's been no survey work done for the butterfly more broadly than our property since the 2011 surveys, and the 2022 surveys undertaken by R8 showed that although the extent of occupancy hadn't really increased, the abundance of records within the known area had certainly increased.
Yeah, but the recent flood on your land and more generally exceeds the extent of the maximum inundation area for the projects?
Correct.
But even so, we know there's both habitat but also known populations and sites for the Agaris beyond even the extent of the current floods.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's a small proportion. I guess what we need to think about is population dynamics. When you have a very severe population crash, such as a result of the current flood event, the population then becomes more vulnerable to stochastic influences like a truck hitting a butterfly than it would normally if it was a large, robust population at Hatter.
Have you have you formed your view yet, or have you come to any concluded view as to whether the Agaris is a floodplain species, or is a floodplain species really more sustained outside of floodplains?
I don't believe the Agaris is a floodplain species. We have a couple of populations that are nowhere near floodplains.
Yeah.
What we don't know is what causes the explosion of sugar ant numbers that allows the butterfly to commence its parasitic relationship on the ant. So we've got a few really isolated occurrences where there is a huge number of sugar ants and we don't know why.
But coming back to the floodplain, whether it's a floodplain species, not you, obviously from your report and from the floods, and we can see you're not suggesting for a moment, are you, that your land, so far as it's influenced by these projects, is not otherwise floodplain?
No, our land is clearly, it has Racagillum Creek through it. And
yeah. So to what degree at all do you factor in the floodplain as a broader system that supports a range of, or a broader biodiverse, base of species, plants and animals, with focusing on a particular species in the floodplain?
So I'll perhaps add a little more to comments about the Agaris and a floodplain species. I believe that there's some sort of microclimate on the fringing areas of the floodplain where we have more significant vegetation growth that might be allowing the ant to exist more, be more numerous in those areas. But I think your question related to what Mr. Holmes talked about as being single species conservation versus environmental watering for the greater good. That's a really difficult question. And I can tell you, again, my experiences over the last few months have been really difficult balancing those sorts of things. So I can give you a list of 20 endangered plant species that have been inundated on our property. My primary concern is not for those species, it's for the future of the Agaris butterfly, because it is in such a precarious state.
Yeah, so you're like, and this is, don't take this the wrong way because it's commendable, but you're like an advocate for a species within the broader ecological system.
Yes.
So looking at that slide though, I think we actually, you probably heard Mr. Holmes' evidence, and there's, I think both, as you can see by your items 1 to 4, there's some agreement around opportunities here for monitoring. I suppose the question is the degree to which there's value in that, or there's budget for that, or it can be done instead of other studies, or as a priority, if I can put it that way. So can I just ask you a couple of questions about, from your point of view on your land, for argument's sake, at 3, monitoring before and after managed inundation events. On your land, with the substantial inundation and your expectation that the habitat's completely removed and the relevant vegetation's gone, how long would you wait to see if ants returned, at the expense of allowing watering on that land for other species that are known to be benefiting from on the back of this current flood, and that would benefit from another watering, on the back of it?
Yeah, I think that's actually one of my major concerns. I think it was day 2, Mr. Kellerman presented about the, although the proposed frequency is 1 year in 10, Mr. Kellerman identified that in some circumstances it's beneficial to obtain cumulative benefits of watering by repeat watering to improve the health of trees. And I guess that's a real concern for me, that the inundation frequency might actually be more often than 1 in 10, because to provide that cumulative benefits of watering. So how often would I wait to monitor? I'm doing the monitoring right now, so I think we can do this in real time. What the inundation frequency should be for this area, I don't know. It needs to be informed by that monitoring, and monitoring on its own is pointless. We need to have thresholds and triggers for action, what we'll actually do with that monitoring data. I don't want to be monitoring the species to extinction.
Yeah. But as I understand the even that answer and what we're discussing here is that you have an open mind on those matters. In other words, with further research, information and other climatic influences or other things we learn from this flood, for example, you may be influenced one way or the other about frequency of inundation even on your land.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So can I suggest that your items you've got on your conclusion, which are neatly summarised and not descending into detail, that you'd support a position where these items are identified within the project approvals or as matters for consideration, but also in a manner that's flexible. In other words, targeting research and or monitoring and or decisions over time in response to need, as it were, or on the ground evidence, and to help inform decisions around operational watering.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. If you just bear with me for a moment, I'm just... no, thank you very much, Member Kendall. That will be our questions, and we thank you very much, Dr. Murdoch, for your input.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. We still have a few questions from the committee, Dr. Murdoch, and my preference is to do those now before we break for lunch, so we finish with the session. I appreciate we're running slightly behind time, so hopefully that will work for you. Thank you. I'll hand to Member Bell, who will take you through questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Murdoch, and thank you for your time today. Apologies of trying to be doing two things at once, but there may be some questions that you've already touched on, and if you feel that you have already, you can mention as such. I just wanted to clarify with the butterflies and ants on your property, if there is evidence that they've recolonized the same area after the 1974 floods, or if that is an unknown. Do we know that they were there before or not?
We don't know where the ants or the butterflies were before or after 1974. We don't have any information on the butterflies until 2002, really. But the ant colonies are in areas that were inundated in 1974. So from the historical aerial imagery, yes, they are in those areas.
Now, since the flooding?
Correct.
Thank you. And so is it your evidence that the existing flooding regime of around once in 50 years is suitable for the butterfly, or is this and ant, or is this also an unknown?
It's an unknown.
Yeah, thanks.
I would feel that there is a long duration for the ants to establish large colonies. Whether it's 50 years, I don't know.
Thank you. And so your one of your key concerns is that a more frequent inundation period, which may be more naturable, could be less favourable or completely unfavourable.
Yes.
Thank you. So given in your evidence the significance of this site for the ant and the butterfly, if flooding could be manipulated to benefit these species, either by the duration, the extent, or the frequency, is it your evidence that's warranted compared to a more natural flood regime?
I think there's differences in natural flooding and environmental watering, and there's difference in waterbird breeding there's differences in vegetation response. I don't want to get involved in water policy, but
yeah. That's okay. I think we'll respond to that later. So just responding to some of Mr. Holmes' evidence. So he gave evidence that due to the preference for living trees, flooding would be beneficial to the butterfly by maintaining the black box that would otherwise decline. Do you agree? And if not, are there other ways that tree health could be achieved or maintained in the area?
So looking at an ant colony, many nests, some of them occur up against trees like black box. So the rest of them occur, under fence posts, just on the random on the ground. So the living trees is not a prerequisite for the ant, but it is a prerequisite for the butterfly to lay eggs. We'll have a very slow decline of black box in some areas of the floodplain. In some areas of our property, black box health has declined. In other areas, black box are actually doing quite well. So it's really a mixed bag. And there's a number of other species that the butterfly will lay eggs up against. So I talked about hotbush, but we've also recorded them from Hakea, Moona. There's a number of other species.
Thank you. Proponent has made submissions, and Mr. Townsend touched on this. It was summarised in technical note 8. I'm not sure if you've had the opportunity to read it, in regard to terrestrialisation of species and kind of almost as a theory. So do you consider the butterfly situation as an example of terrestrialisation?
Yes, I do.
So in that context, as this is a floodplain, you agree with Mr. Holmes's evidence that as it is a floodplain that should flood naturally, manipulating any flood events to avoid harm to the butterfly and ant should not be undertaken?
No, I don't. I disagree with that position.
And could you just elaborate on your reason?
So when you think of a black box tree, it lives for many hundreds of years. So it exists on the floodplain in the absence of flood events. Species like the Agarus butterfly has an annual life cycle, so it can move into other locations. So in this case, what we've probably seen is the butterfly and the ant moving into dry areas, and regardless of whether those areas should or should not have flooded in previous years, the fact is that they're there now and we need to be managing for them in their current location rather than saying it's a floodplain so they shouldn't have gone there. Seems to be a bit anthropocentric.
Thank you. And Mr. Holmes gave evidence the hotbush would be quick to recolonise. Do you agree?
Yes, so hotbush dies in about a week, after about a week of inundation. It's a fairly fast growing species, so perhaps somewhere between around 3 years to obtain a reasonable size. So yeah, certainly not instant, but it is a colonising species.
And so it would be the 3 years before it would be useful to the ant or butterfly in your opinion?
Yeah, perhaps 3 to 5, because you really don't want a bushy shrub, like a small bushy shrub. You want a shrub with a bit more of a stem on it so the butterfly can fly in to lay its eggs. So it does need to be a reasonable size.
Thank you. And some questions going to your slides, if you would like to share, if that's okay. Firstly, slide 6.
Sorry. Great, I appear to have lost the ability to go backwards. There we go.
Thank you. So just there you've got mention of a couple of populations that have been impacted by flooding. Can you just explain what you mean by that? Is that to say that they were inundated?
Yes, so well, we know about the hatter population, but I've spoken to the scientists that work on the population at Banrock Station in South Australia. They experienced flooding higher than the 1930s flood. They haven't been able to get out to their butterfly sites yet when I last spoke to them. However, they indicated that they feel that there might still be some areas above that extent of flooding where the butterfly might persist, but yeah, not sure. So yeah, a significant impact at the Banrock Station population as well.
Thank you. And in terms of looking if you return to a flooding site and you see the ant population or the butterfly returning, are things such as the duration of the flooding and the depth relevant factors?
Not so much. So any duration of flooding beyond 2 or 3 days would destroy an ant colony. Sometimes I like to think that perhaps the butterfly eggs are waterproof and they've somehow survived, but I think that's incredibly unlikely.
Thank you. Could we move on to slide 10, please?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And you touched on this. Does this show all the previous surveys for the butterfly and the mildew area? And we just note that it seems to focus on the floodplain areas and adjacent to lakes rather than the wider potential suitable habitat. Is that a correct interpretation, and is there a reason for that?
So this slide doesn't show the survey results from 2007. I'm not sure that wasn't included in R8's analysis. It does show the 2002 and 2011 survey, which was obviously prior to the VMFRP proposal, so was not focused on the MIA at all. It just is where the butterfly is in that riverine Kenapod woodland vegetation community.
Okay, so it seems to have a propensity for that riverine Kenapod woodland that is generally in the floodplain waterway areas or adjacent to that.
Yes. And there are some records in other areas on sand dunes, which are again immediately adjacent to those flooded areas. So within 500 metres.
And just while we're here, I'm not sure if this is the best slide to show me, but are you able to point out where your property is and where the national park boundary is, or is that the green that's being shown on the?
Yeah, so the green is Hattah-Culkine National Park. Can you see my cursor?
Yes, I can.
Yep. So the extent of the Racagillan property, it's 5 kilometres long, 1 kilometre wide. On the eastern edge, that's actually Murray-Culkine Park, so is also protected area. So we have protected areas on 3 sides of the property. To the north of the property is irrigated horticulture.
And sorry, could you just with your cursor again, just show me your property?
So outlining it now.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. Thank you. That's clear. Slide 19, just confirming that the current flood has gone beyond the MIA.
That's correct.
Apologies, I didn't have time to take that one out when somebody else mentioned it. And on slide 14, your recommended monitoring. So Mr. Holmes clarified that all his recommended monitoring was for research purposes only and not monitoring that will be borne by the proponent or because of the project. Just confirming, sorry, on slide 24 that in your opinion, those items 1 to 3 should be conditions of approval.
That's my opinion, yes.
Sorry, I'm just referring to a further question that you're asked by Mr. Townsend. In the interest of time, I might just ask and you can just clarify. So if you were to be undertaking monitoring now of the area that's been inundated and you see them return, could that information be fed into appropriate inundation regimes for the project, or would further information be required?
I think once we have a clearer idea of how long it does take for ants and butterflies to recolonize those areas, we can make some informed decisions. At the moment where we don't know, we really don't know. It's clearly a risk, but we just don't know what the degree of risk is.
Okay, and just talking about, sorry, you can unshare if you would like. Other project impacts, you've mentioned the road lecking sites, and you've mentioned some of them on a particular road. Are they seasonal sites?
Yeah, so you'd only need to be concerned about roadkill at those sites during the active flight times of the butterfly. So it has a bimodal peak in flight times. So with keeping an eye on when those flight times are, it would be, you'd be able to not put restrictions on construction traffic, you know, throughout the year. It would be restricted to those times when the butterfly is flying.
And sorry, are those times known, or would it be a case of having a reference site?
A reference site would be very useful. So for example, this year, the first flight of the butterfly was on the 14th of October. And normally that would last for a couple of months and then there'd be a gap and we'd start to see them again in sort of mid to late January through to perhaps March, but it depends on seasonal conditions. So if you wanted to really be quite specific, a reference site would be preferred rather than using those sort of estimates of when the butterflies are flying.
Thank you. And are you aware if there is likely to be construction routes through those lecking sites?
Perhaps the proponent could confirm, but I do believe that the Mornpool track would be an access site for heavy vehicles bringing in materials to the Bitterang regulator.
Thank you. For the operations phase, have you reviewed the EMF, including the EDS, and do you have any recommended additions or changes?
I found the EMF and the EDS very, very high level. So I probably can't make any informed comments on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. In terms of soil disturbance, you raised as an issue. Are you aware of any construction activities in the known or potential habitat?
I don't believe that the butterfly or the ants have been identified within the construction footprint. So it would really be in the operations phase where flooding might be increasing the numbers of feral pigs in the area. Feral pigs is definitely a risk because of their behaviour of rooting around trees on the periphery of flooded areas.
Okay. And you've mentioned translocation. Is that to increase subpopulations, or would you translocate to allow flooding as per the project?
Thanks for that question, because I realised it was really unclear. So my initial focus for translocation was to establish a second secure population in Victoria. I'm very uncomfortable having one population in Victoria, but there is also the possibility of emergency translocation or translocation immediately prior to a flooding event. At that stage, that's, at this stage, that's entirely experimental. It is something I was really keen to try ahead of the current flood event. And I tagged a series of trees that had fresh eggs that we could have perhaps moved. It didn't transpire that that was supported at the time by the incident management team. So two opportunities for translocation. One is to spread the risk for the population. One is to perhaps manage potential impacts of inundation under future events.
And I understood your evidence that when they did the surveys, they found the ant populations, but you couldn't be sure that they were the right ant species. Is that the same case for translocation? Would you have to go and do some sort of genetic testing to figure that it's the correct ant species to translocate to?
Yeah, absolutely. So ideally, we would have a much better idea of what the species of ant is that actually hosts the butterfly. So that would be genetic research. But in the interim, we can reduce the risk of during translocation by focusing on ant colonies that are currently showing signs that they have hosted the butterfly. So there's old eggs present at that ant colony. So you'd be moving new eggs to a site where there's old eggs to minimise the risk of choosing the wrong ant colony.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Member Bell. Thank you, Dr. Murdoch. There are no further questions from the committee. We really appreciate you coming along and providing your evidence. And I understand that we'll see you again later in the hearing as in wearing your individual submitter hat. So thank you very much for your time. So we're just running slightly behind time. To make sure that we do not run out of time this afternoon, I'm going to propose that we have a 50-minute lunch break rather than an hour. So coming back as scheduled for a 1:30 p.m. start to hear evidence in chief from Mr. Frood. I am not sure that Mr. Frood is in the room, but I'm sure he will join before that time. I'll just check. But yeah, I will assume that that will go to plan and that we'll see Mr. Frood at logging in before 1:30. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you. Welcome to Mr. Frood. I can see that you have your camera on. I'll just check that your audio is working as well.
Hello, thank you.
Thank you, welcome. I'd just like to mention, as a follow-up from the documents that were read out this morning, that the documents relating to the Mildred submission and the traditional owner correspondence to the Mallee CMA by the provided to the committee via the proponent will be available on the Google Drive shortly. So the redactions are just underway at the moment, and they will be available. And sorry, I'm just popping into the right spot. A few minor tech issues today, but we're nearly on top of it. Dr. Brisca, as I mentioned to parties this morning, has joined us for this afternoon. And Mr. Frood, I'm just going to ask you before we move into your evidence in chief, that whether you be intending to screen share at all?
I am not a particularly technical person, so I would probably just muck things up if I tried.
Okay, thank you. That's not a problem at all. And I'll just make sure then that parties have the right documents in front of them for you to take us through if you need to take us to any parts of your statement.
Okay. Now, I'm going to need a little bit of guidance here in relation as to how to present, given I've got the witness statement and I'm talking. So do I introduce myself?
Yes. Thank you.
So do I read through the submission and then talk to bits, or?
So Mr. Frood, it's up to you. You're welcome to do that, or if you have prepared or are comfortable presenting a summary, that is fine. If you haven't done that and you'd like to read through, that's also fine. What we'll do, so we're expecting your presentation to take approximately 30 minutes. If reading through will take longer than that, then I'll ask you to summarise any bits that you can. And then we'll come to questions of cross-examination at the end. In terms of cross-examination, we're anticipating about 10 minutes from Dr. Kelly, representing the Friends of VMFRP Park, and the proponent has asked for approximately 30 minutes, and the committee will have questions as well. I've got your evidence statement open in front of me, and I will allow you to do an introduction of yourself, but before you do, I'll just confirm that you have documented and are able to agree with the conditions for presenting evidence, so that you're in the room alone and that you'll inform the panel, etc., if anyone else comes into the room.
Yeah.
And that you do, and that you have only got the documents, expert witness statement and documents referred to therein in front of you.
Yes, yes, I have a couple of handwritten notes. Is that legitimate?
That's fine, thank you, Mr. Frood. So, Mr. Frood, I'll hand directly to you to firstly introduce yourself and then take us through your evidence. And if you could keep it within the half an hour, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kim. Yeah, my name is Doug Frood. I'm a field botanical ecologist with over 40 years experience. I've had considerable time on the floodplain of the Murray River, and so projects I've been involved in, including the mapping of the vegetation between Swan Hill and the South Australian border, the creation description of the EBCs that we're dealing with, and co-author, lead author of the Guide to the Water Regimes. So I've probably spent a lot of time in Barmah Forest as well, which was key to understanding the ecology of many of the floodplain species. So I've had about probably 500 days field time on them along the Murray, and at least several hundred other days on wetlands in various parts of the state. So that's my context. So if I move to the summary of my opinions, yeah, I'll just read this out quickly. I'm deeply concerned by both the destructive impacts and potential for adverse outcomes associated with the proposed interventions, and what, in my opinion, feels like superficial ecological analysis of the predicted vegetation outcomes and associated risks. Particular concern for me is the proposals to construct the retaining barriers on the floodplain to assist retention of the delivered water. I believe that there are uncontrollable ecological risks associated with such an intervention. And so that's my primary concern. And also I'm of the opinion that all instances of other types of work, such as pumping or putting in regulators, should just be individually and independently assessed in order to evaluate potential risks and impacts and benefits. So I am concerned the possibility of a conservation exemption being given that gives clean slate to do whatever the proponent wants. In summary, okay, so my first comments is that floodplain restoration is restoring floodplain habitat. It's not putting extra stuff on their levees and things. So I do not believe that the project actually meets the definition of floodplain restoration. And so I would consider it an intervention. I'm concerned by the limited ecological understanding in what has happened, what's proposed to happen. The analysis of threatened species, I'm concerned where it suggests that species are neutral to a positive benefit, and that's counted as some gain. Whereas if they're terrestrial, unless they're actually drawing on seepage coming out from the flooded areas, it's hard to see how that's a gain. So I'm concerned that that appears to have been done, and I may need to be corrected there. What else? So one of the things is, for my mind, it's highly questionable whether the same type of thinking, which essentially engineering works, that created the ecological problems in the first place, is likely to have beneficial effects to fix them. So underlying that, in my opinion, there appears to be an assumption that the floodplain is inefficient and that it can be engineered to be more efficient, i.e. people can do better than nature. So to my mind, that's a very dangerous assumption in relation to ecosystems and biodiversity. So re-engineering the drainage properties of the floodplain can lead to alteration of the vegetation. It's just looking at water regime. People see simple components, duration, depth, and timing. And very much what happens to the water is relation to the topography or bathymetry of the floodplain. So once that is altered, everything changes. So the water regime document that we put together, that is based on retention of the original bathymetry. I don't mean just filling in a shallow drain or something that someone's dug. I mean actually putting in barriers. And we've got, that never seems to work very well when the bathymetry is changed. I gave several examples of where it's either killed trees or killed endangered species, or just led to a massive EVC change. And to understand the regime of depth, they're not constant things. It's not like it's sat at a particular depth for the certain time and then suddenly goes away. It's a variable, it's a function, and a lot of that's determined by the topography. So whether, so sometimes the water's coming on floodplain, flowing through, certainly on recession, it may or may not be sitting in that spot. So once you put in barriers, you change that. In terms of species, it's going to be winners and losers, but I suspect from past observations, there's going to be more losers than winners. And it's presumptuous to say that that experimental activity is going to result in the same EVC, even if the timing of that event and the duration was similar. So that's my primary concern, is that, and two, when once you start having a situation where, okay, barriers being put up, they might say that someone can regulate that. There's a regulator there. It's not just sitting there until it dries up completely. But in that case, it's requiring that person to attempt to simulate the natural water regime of ponding and draining. And that is not a reasonable ask of people in the CMA or whoever's going to be doing it. So that requires resources and requires commitment and it requires skill, which is, in my mind, too big an ask to have put that floodplain control into administrative hands rather than allow the water to come and go as it would naturally. If that makes sense. So with the expert elicitation process, which I did not seek to be financial reimbursement from for potential conflict of interest, that was looking at frequency and duration, didn't consider depth. Now, I have concern given that it appears that the plan is to send water up to higher levels on the floodplain than what it's been doing in recent decades. So that if that is happening, I can't see how depth is maintained. So fundamentally, turning floodplains into a series of irrigation bays, I consider a risky experiment, likely to lead to significant changes in the vegetation, which may include ecological simplification and loss of species. So what we may see is a small range of species favoured, that wetland species that would get in shallow lakes. And I used the examples of common nardoo, common spike rush and common sneezeweed, and possibly the displacement of the species which defined the original EVC. And we see when water is artificially impounded in stormwater ponds, irrigation storage dams, we get species that represent several aquatic EVCs, reeds and rushes, aquatic herbs, floodway pond herbland. So that's my concern, is it could push the vegetation that way. That we're not actually getting, we wouldn't actually be getting conservation of the original EVCs. So I gave some examples of where there's been issues in the past, which I'm happy to talk about later. So, and I make it clear, I'm not directing no criticism at the field botanists involved in the work. I'm confident that they've just done as the tasks assigned to them with the best of their abilities. So I'm concerned with the underlying principles of the project. Yeah. So I did mention the FFG listed terrestrial species. I gave a couple of examples of two that are considered positive to neutral effects, or neutral to positive, being a grass that occurs on low sand hills and Digitaria ammophila, and a small herb that I've a Bear's Ear Daisy that I've only seen in yellow box above the flood line. I've seen it in dry country in the Dedic snowy area. I haven't seen it in the far northwest, but I'd be surprised if it's in floodplain habitat. So if that is actually being flooded, there's possibly a loss to that. And also concerns about the condition being assessed with the habitat hectare method. Like if that is useful for offsets, and it's basically for horse trading, it is very uninformative about the vegetation condition. There's a bit of information there about the trees, large old trees, but as far as the species are there, that are there and what they mean ecologically, there's next to nothing. So for instance, if the benchmark for habitat hectare asked for a tussock grass, you wouldn't know whether that was a colonising species that had moved in the dry phase, or whether it was one that was actually representing that wetland EVC. And we have it we did a test, compared it to a rapid assessment method I was involved in the development of the index of wetland condition at Gisborne Racecourse. I used as an example where the stormwater has come in and changed the whole character of the wetland, destroyed the original vegetation floristics, replaced a large sedge with rushes, and under the ground layer species are different. Habitat hectare didn't pick that up, whereas index of wetland condition did. And I would consider index of wetland condition on its own not even enough for measuring, for monitoring, for evaluating changes or absolute condition. So that's my concern, that we only have habitat hectare. It appears that only habitat hectare data has been used to assess condition. So, it'd be nice to have some quadrats or something and a bit of actual floristic data, and would present a much stronger case. Yeah, and in the EES summary document, there's it provides a very simplified picture, and which suggests that was on page 26, which suggested that lignum shrubland has similar water regimes to red gum forest. Now, if that is the case, if it's that similar, why do you get lignum or why do you get red gum? I'm just a bit concerned that it has been, the framework it's operating under is too simplistic. It's looking at red gum, black box and lignum as though they're the only things on the floodplain almost. So there's disturbing oversimplification. And one of the key issues there to me is that there's an EVC lignum swamp, which is a very wet one with big, robust lignum, quite thick, difficult to get through when it's healthy. And another one called, unfortunately, lignum shrubland, which can have up to potentially four different dominants. It's not always lignum. It's just unfortunate that it got named that, which was out of my hands at the time. So that lignum shrubland, that as an EVC, the more elevated sites, has a number of small herbs associated with it, a number of which are, threatened, potentially threatened in Victoria. So if the water regime on that is mucked up, that can have fairly substantial biodiversity losses. And I have seen instances where water's been sent up there at the inappropriate time, and there's been false germinations of those small herbs. And if that keeps happening, the seed bank will be depleted and they'll be lost. So certainly you can't look at the same water regime for the EVC lignum shrubland as for the EVC lignum swamp. So the lignum shrubland is an unfortunate name because sometimes people have referred to any lignum growth as lignum shrubland. So let's talk about unsuitable time, and also delivering environmental water during drought conditions can backfire in terms of just sort of weather that's hot and dry, whereas they would normally be getting that higher level flooding during La Nina conditions where the weather is a lot more mild and there's supporting rainfall. So what I'm saying is environmental watering is potentially fraught with risks, and it needs a very solid ecological background, which, yeah, not everyone's going to have, put that politely. Yeah. Yep. And there's a couple of species, essentially Chenopodium desertorum, subspecies rectum, and Rhynchorrhina linearis at Belsa, that are anticipated to be potentially negatively impacted by the proposed interventions. Well, to my mind, I don't think of those as particularly mobile species. I don't think that they would struggle to survive, not let alone colonise into dry area, into terrestrialised wetland habitat, flood-prone habitat. And I may be corrected there if someone has seen the contrary, but in my experience, I would expect that they would be in areas that weren't subject to anything but potentially very infrequent flooding So it worries me if they are in a maximum inundation area and actually going to get water, that this is not replicating a natural flood pattern. And I should say too about the floods we've just had, they've exceeded normal levels. This is a very, I don't know what they're calling it, in how many 100 years. That is effectively potentially a major ecological disturbance, and it will possibly kill some of the more flood sensitive species at higher levels on the floodplain, which will then have to regenerate from seed. So these things happen. They are like bushfire, they're a disturbance, but they're not necessarily something to attempt to replicate. Like if a inundation regime replicates that, I'd be very concerned about it. They're just part of the stochastic nature of disturbance that can happen. So one of the things I was concerned about too is it seems to be attempting to standardise water regimes for red gum and for black box. Now, both of those species are occurring along ecological gradients, and that's what the EVCs are about, to an extent indicating that variation, which is reflected in the ground layer, the understory. So, and if you looked at red gum, if it's on the plains around Hamilton or Merry Creek, it doesn't get flooded at all. And in the deepest parts of Barmer, the edge of its tolerance, will get flooded almost annually. So we're looking at genetics, and we're also looking at sort of just natural ecological variation of the species across a range. So as it gets lower rainfall, some of these species perhaps get more water dependent. Black box, for instance, there's some magnificent large old black box that are never known to have been flooded. I don't, and if you look at the riverine chenopod woodland, which is a black box dominated, lower end of that on the elevation profile would get, perhaps a little bit more than occasional flooding, but for short periods. And then the highest level would only be flooded by extreme events, if at all. So that concerns me, of trying to, if it really is trying to flood all the black box, that's potentially going to have a very severe impact. Yeah, one of the ones, winged peppercrest, it suggested that the interventions would increase the potential habitat of that species. And it occurs, it's known to occur where there's shallow ponding of water from seasonal rainfall over winter. It's not characteristic of, to the best of the knowledge of, and people I've talked to that know the plant, it's not representative of flooded country, riverine flooding. And if riverine flooding is coming later in the season, it's possibly going to go and drown plants, so they won't mature. So I'm concerned that that's claiming a benefit where it's hard to see one. It's maybe neutral, or it may be negative, depending on where the plants are. So I'm also happy to be corrected if some of the surveys have found it in flood-prone areas or responding to flooding, but to their best of knowledge, I'd say that claim of increasing the potential habitat for the winged peppercrest is not based on fact. Now, and I made a very minor comment about the mapping where it was reported as modelled. To me, it doesn't matter a great deal, but to me, it just, the history of that, it was based on initially ground survey in the early 1980s by a man called David Ashwell for the Land Conservation Council. And I revised that about 20 years later with very limited ground truthing and aerial photographs to try and reconcile that to EVCs. So it may not be perfect and may have lots of faults, but it's not modelled. So to me, the main point there is suggesting that the proponent hasn't communicated with people involved in the history of the floodplain, or sort of what basically got what I call dirt time on the floodplain. The experience that's happened in isolation. Now I noticed that there's quite a few amendments to that original mapping, which may be a reflection of roughness of the mapping, or it could even be a reflection that things have changed in 40 years. So I would not be able to comment on that without actually seeing the sites, because some of it's going to be very forensic interpretation now. The destruction of large old trees, so thousands across the full scope of the project. That really troubles me. That's a lot of habitat. That's a lot of fauna. That's a lot of animals killed. And the claim is more compensated by the increase in health of the trees. It's just, they're two different things. Because the stag is going to provide hollows and habitat. And it's going to stand for a very long time, even if the things died of drought. So I don't think authentic conservation works would have that impact. So I really severely challenge that. And, yeah, I don't see ecologically based risk assessment. I don't see an assessment of what does these interventions do if there's a really big flood, if water's coming around the back of them. Is it going to change how a natural flood behaves? It may or may not, but I just don't see that detailed assessment. I don't see an assessment of, okay, in EVC, what are the key species? What's it going to do to those? I don't see that biological, ecological base. And something that was really interesting when I was looking at attachment B3, it talks about some of the EVCs using habitat hectare being in good to or very good condition. So then, is there an issue? Does it need an intervention? But when I look at the photos, actually they look dreadfully dry, like the grassy riverine forest should, well, as I saw it 20 years ago, it had over knee-high dense warrego summergrass, and I can't see an evidence of any living thing in some of those understories. And it's pretty tough, may still be there, but it was hard to reconcile those photos with those descriptions. I just say that some of them look very dry, and it's hard to know what the real condition is until we get water. So if we go back on, people go back and have a look after the floods, we'll have a much better idea of what the true condition is, given some of these floodplain things are very resilient to desiccation, if not drowning. And last point I probably want to make is that these works are proposed in national parks, which are not, in my mind, a place for large-scale engineering experiments. And I think it is experimental because we don't have precedents about retaining water on floodplains with artificial barriers that have had a good outcome. And also too, the lack of connection to the geomorphology, the subtle drainage lines and little banks of sand and everything. There's a whole geomorphological history there in terms of what's happened with the water over millennia and the patterns that have been created on the floodplain. And so you know, that's a whole story, and that's part of the ecosystem. So to put barriers across it, dig ditches and put mounds on it, in my, just personally, it's a bit like attacking the Mona Lisa with spac filler. I just don't think it's really appropriate. And I'm sure that First Nations people probably feel a bit similar about that where ecology and their thinking align. So the floodplain is not an irrigation farm. And also too, if these interventions are installed, it's going to be very hard to get rid of them if there's ever a change of heart in the future and we do get proper water for the floodplain. Whereas if the fabric of the floodplain topography, bathymetry is left intact, at least there's a potential to recover if we get water again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frood. We'll move straight into cross-examination. I'll ask Dr. Kelly if she could please put her camera and microphone on. Great, thank you, Dr. Kelly. I'll hand directly to you, Mr. Frood. Dr. Kelly will ask you questions for approximately up to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Chair Kendall, could somebody else go before me? I'm not quite ready.
That is an option. How long do you need to take to get ready, Dr. Kelly?
Not long. I just got help during the break and not sorted with my paperwork.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. We'll ask Mr. Townsend, do you have any concerns with me coming directly to you? Oh, sorry, Mr. Forrester.
Not at all, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I'm not sure Mr. Townsend's finger was pointing to the right square on my screen. It's like,
We haven't quite developed that yet. No, it is over to me, and I'm perfectly happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. And Dr. Kelly will come back to you after the proponent's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Frood. I'm a barrister acting on behalf of the proponent, Lower Murray Water, and in that capacity as the agency responsible for the approvals processes and for part of the implementation of the VMFRP projects. Now, I just wanted to understand from you, to begin with, what you've had the opportunity to read and understand before today in terms of what's happened before today in the hearing. Have you been able to read material filed with the committee and published as tabled documents?
Since the publication of the EES?
Yes.
No, I haven't, and I haven't felt it necessary because I'm commenting on the EES.
Yes, I understand. Thank you. And in that context, what I'll do is I'll put certain propositions to you rather than taking you to a series of documents that have been tabled, which would, I think, be not fair to you or I in terms of trying to walk you through them all. And what I'll try to do is put themes to you in some respects to try to identify where your evidence comes from in the context of your submission and your witness statement. So I hope that'll be satisfactory. First, do you understand, Mr. Frood, the policy basis for these projects is founded upon the proposition that the floodplains to which they relate are in ecological decline, and that's primarily attributed to altered hydrology, such that restoring a more natural watering regime to them will achieve environmental benefit by helping to address that decline?
Yeah, I agree that there are stresses. The question is whether what's proposed is restoring a more natural hydrological regime.
Yes, and I don't understand from your evidence that you disagree with the proposition that the decline in the condition of the floodplains should be addressed. Is that right?
Yes, I would like to see it addressed, but in a ecologically sound manner.
Yes, and you accept that in the context of these floodplains, the way in which that decline might be addressed or can possibly be addressed is through the application of environmental watering?
If it is done properly. I've also seen supposed environmental watering have deleterious effects.
Yes, I say that as distinct from, given your experience along the Murray River, I presume you agree that these are floodplains typical of the altered hydrology of Murray floodplains, which has resulted from the regulation of the river, such that in the current status quo of river flows, it's not likely to be the case that these floodplains will receive natural overbank flows sufficient to meet their ecological needs. Do you agree with that?
Well, that depends on how water is allocated. 20 years ago, they were, there were some stresses, but they were fine. When I did my mapping, the issues were relatively minor 20 years ago. So it purely depends on how water is allocated. And I agree that is a political matter.
Right. And you referred in the course of opening your oral evidence to the propositions around winners and losers, which is a phrase that's been used a couple of times. I don't take you to be saying that environmental watering must be carried out in a way which avoids any negative impact on any species in order to be considered to deliver an environmental benefit. Is that fair?
I think that's probably a loaded question. It depends on what the species are. And if we're talking about watering the EVCs, we're talking about watering the EVCs. We're not talking about watering some artefact. So if we're looking at gains for species, if we're getting ecological simplification, you have to ask the question, is it better to have performed that intervention or to have not performed that intervention? So I would like to see a high standard.
And that's fair. It's also fair to say, isn't it, that in the course of environmental watering decision making, it's necessary to have regard not just to outcomes for one particular species, but to outcomes for the range of species and communities present across the floodplain, such that there's a balancing of potentially competing objectives in the course of decision making.
Yes. Yes. But again, you can't just gloss over ecological damage. You know, like I would refer to the case I mentioned of Scotty's Billabong. Well-intentioned, 500-year-old trees are drowned because of the retaining water and in a backup flood, a natural flood that came. So the assumption, I'm wary then that I'm being led to assumption that an intervention through putting in retaining barriers is better than nothing, which I would not agree with.
Okay, can I take you to the examples that you've given in your witness statement of poor outcomes or detrimental outcomes of what you've described as alteration of bathymetry of wetlands?
Yes.
It's fair to say, isn't it? Well, I'll turn to them in turn, I suppose. The first relates to Avoca marshes.
Yes.
And I understand you to be referring to the construction of a sill at that collection of marshes across an outfall channel in the early 1970s.
Yes.
Is that right? And that between its construction and its removal in the 1980s, a number of thousands of old river red gums died.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And more recently than the 1980s, that site's begun to receive environmental water and be monitored in terms of its outcomes, hasn't it?
It can't receive environmental water because it's natural. It's an unregulated stream.
Right, but it receives environmental water from the Avoca River, which is upstream of it, such that environmental water allocations are used to alter the Avoca River.
There's no environmental water allocations on the Avoca River because it's unmodified.
Okay.
There are only minor modifications. So it gets water through rainfall events.
I see. So when you're talking about environmental watering, are you conceiving of the delivery of water to a particular place, a floodplain or a river or whatever, using works or infrastructure?
Yeah, using human intervention.
Okay. I'll move on in terms of Avoca marshes. You haven't referred in your statement to any outcomes of the ongoing monitoring that site is subject to.
Please explain.
Well, have you included in your statement any reference to the ongoing monitoring that site is subject to, or the results of that monitoring and what it's...
I did a condition assessment some time ago. I have been there a number of times. The CMA have asked for index of wetland condition assessments. Damien Cook has been intensely involved and has been replanting trees with a works team from the Barappa, which natural regeneration has been quite limited. The ground layer has recovered quite well in many places. Does that address your question now?
You've referred, I think, to 2003 reporting by Riparian Australia. I'm asking about whether you've identified the outcomes of any more recent monitoring than that.
No, I'm talking about having been there a couple of years ago, and I'm talking about being in communication with Damien Cook, who has planted trees with the Barappa crew, shared pictures, and they are responding well.
Okay. The next example you give is Long Swamp.
Yes.
Now that's down in the southwest corner of the state, is that right? In the Glenelg.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And you're referring in your statement to the loss of maroon leek orchid?
Yes.
Now, can I just ask you, what alteration to that system are you referring to as giving rise to that loss?
There was, again, a sill put into what was considered to be an artificial drainage channel. So it was believed to be restoring the original level of the wetland. However, it drowned many of the ground layer species, loss of some significant species other than the maroon leek orchid. It was based apparently on stories that someone used to sail a boat across it a long time ago. whether they did that just during a large flood event or whether it was actually representative. But to me, it's either not respecting how the vegetation is now, how it's changed, or it's not actually a correct restoring of the original hydrology.
And on what basis do you, I'll withdraw that and move on. Is it right that the most recent monitoring at that site, or I'll ask you first, are you familiar with the outcomes of the most recent monitoring at that site?
I am familiar with feedback from Mr. David Pitts, who was an orchid expert whose concerns were not listened to. And once they're drowned, I'm afraid. And I have talked again with people, ecologists I know have been there, who just, those orchids don't grow underwater.
Okay.
They're
I'll
dead.
move on. Is that, so you're not familiar with the outcomes of most recent monitoring results conducted in terms of that site?
It's irrelevant.
Well, respectfully, that's the question I'm putting to you. So is it a yes or a no? Are you familiar with the outcomes of the most recent monitoring conducted in terms of that site?
I wouldn't know what the most recent monitoring was,
Okay.
no.
All right. Now you refer to some others. You refer to Banyule Swamp and the construction of a low barrier there across a natural outlet.
Yes.
When was that built?
I believe it was late 90s or early 2000s. I'm not totally confident about that.
All right. Similarly, Dunnet's Road Swamp, you refer to changes to a road, which you surmise is the cause of identified mortality of trees within inner zones of the wetland. And you refer to Scotty's Billabong at Lindsay Island and tree deaths there.
Yeah.
Again, in each case, you haven't identified most recent outcomes in terms, particularly of Lindsay Island, in terms of monitoring that's undertaken there.
Well, when I was at Dunnet's Road last Friday, the trees were still definitely dead and they look like they're going to stay that way.
Yeah. So the questions I'm asking you are going to this, which is what you're doing is presenting these as cautionary tales in terms of what needs to be avoided or the prudence that needs to be taken in terms of planning for and implementing environmental watering. And in doing so, you're focusing on negative outcomes experienced at these sites, but you're not presenting the positive outcomes or even the overall outcomes associated with this.
I'm tempted to say something which I may regret, but it's not where the glass is half full or half empty, it's what it's half full of. So we're looking at impacts on existing ecosystems. So some water birds may like Banyule Swamp, now it's more open, but we have lost a large expanse of the original EVC. At Long Swamp, we've lost a large proportion of what I believe to be one of, if not the most largest populations of Prazophilum frenchii, which is an EPBC listed species. At Scotty's Billabong, we have 500-year-old trees that are dead. We may or may not have some understory species survive. You may look at it and just say, well, it's changed. In that case, are they conservation actions? And I would question that. Even if it's something different. Well, I mean, you get peregrines in the middle of Melbourne Central District, peregrine falcons. So is city building a conservation action?
You agree with the proposition, Mr. Fruit, that to understand the outcomes of environmental watering, it's not appropriate to simply identify one species which suffered or enjoyed a particular impact in any one event, but instead it's necessary to develop an understanding of outcomes across the range of species and values relevant to the floodplain.
Okay. Well, Banyule Swamp, mostly it is...
Mr. Fruit, can I just ask you, do you agree with the proposition or disagree with the proposition? Would you like me to put it to you again?
Yes, please.
Okay. To understand the outcomes of environmental watering, it's not appropriate to identify any one species which either suffered from or benefited from any particular event, but instead it's appropriate to develop an understanding of outcomes across the range of species and communities which are present at the site.
That's true.
Okay. In page 8 of your statement, you refer to, and pick out a couple of particular species which are identified in the EES as terrestrial species, the Chenopodium desertorum, for example, and you refer to the EES summary document in that context. Can I ask you, insofar as you refer to the EES summary document a few times in your statement, is it the case that you've read the balance of the chapters of the EES in terms of biodiversity and other matters?
I have also looked at the summary document, at the, what were they called? Was it B3, ecological terrestrial?
Yeah, specialist assessment B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have looked over the other stuff, but to be honest, we just talked. It was making claims with, so I looked for where the evidence was.
Okay. When you refer to the summary document, you're referring to a table that talks about these terrestrial flora and identifies their expected impacts
Yes.
as a result of the species. I'm going to share with you on the screen a page from Specialist Assessment B, which you've read, and identify here. I'm looking at the Balsa-Yungera project, and you'll see on the screen now that there's the Acacia oswaldii and the Odum and the Clipenia hollandaise. These are the nature of the species that you pull out in your witness statement, and you say the anticipation that they are potentially negatively impacted is not consistent with ecological restoration.
Yes.
Now, in the context of seeking to understand the overall impact or overall outcomes of environmental watering of these floodplains, it's also important for us to consider the balance of species that are present. I don't take you to disagree with that. That's fair, isn't it?
Which I actually find lacking in the documentation in the research. I don't see, and if they're talking about grassy riverine forest, I don't see any mention of Warrego summergrass impacts. I don't see any mention of what the associated species are, and I just don't see that. So the reason why I select those species is they're indicative of habitat. They're stable site occupiers in my mind that are indicative of habitats which aren't naturally flooded. So this means that the water regime is changing, which is my key point. Yes,
and insofar as the water regime is changing, it's also the case, isn't it, that across the maximum inundation area, there are the balance of, and these are FFG Act listed flora, but there are the balance of species and communities which are expected to benefit and reasonably be expected to benefit from the delivery of environment.
You can say that the species, a species is inundation tolerant or benefits from inundation, but it's also water regime. So that's what's not specified. So some of these things may be benefit, but for instance, Eryngium paludosum, if you keep it underwater for too long, it's going to drown.
Yeah,
so can't put it in the same category as Glossostigma diandrum, which is a comes up in very shallow water as a mud herb.
Yeah, so that's a fair qualification, Mr. Fruit. It's right that we have to have regard, of course, to the what I'll call the watering regimes or the environmental watering needs of the ecological needs of these species. But assuming that that is in place, if that was in place, despite what your view is, it's right to assume that benefit will accrue from delivering water where there's not enough water now.
We're just running a loop here. Like Centipede and Nidoformis probably isn't going to require any, it's in the bottom of the floodplain, floodways, it's probably already getting water. Isoleucus congrua may or may not.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Fruit. I'm just, for the sake of time and to keep things moving, I ask if you could just provide a very succinct and direct answer to the questions. Thank you.
Okay, can you rephrase the question so it's not a trick question, please?
Okay. You've identified the need to assess and identify the appropriate watering regime for the relevant species in order that they respond well to watering. I'm asking you to assume that that's in place and not have regard to that in responding to this question. It's right, isn't it, that where the species, for example, on your screen at the moment, which are flood tolerant, flood dependent species, where they're not receiving enough water now and environmental water is delivered to them to provide that water, they are expected to benefit.
If it's done in an appropriate manner, yes.
Thank you. And in terms of the watering regime, the next set of questions then go to your understanding of what's proposed as part of the projects. And in this context, I noted in the course of your oral evidence and likewise in your written evidence that you made comments like, it's hard to understand how the expert elicitation process did not have regard to modification of depths in circumstances where water is to be sent to higher levels on the floodplain than have historically been subject to inundation. And you otherwise make comments in terms of changing the bathymetry of wetlands and turning floodplains into a series of irrigation bays. From those comments, I understand that you've developed your opinions in respect to the projects on the basis that, first, they will provide for water to be sent to higher levels on the floodplain than have historically been subject to inundation, such that previously dry land would be artificially turned into floodplain. Is that your understanding?
Well, there's a mention of inundating the black box as a generic statement. So that I am concerned that that is well possible. It hasn't happened yet, so I don't know that that will happen.
Okay, let me put it a different way, perhaps. You made a comment in your oral evidence about the current flood event and how that exceeded the project's maximum inundation area and potentially has flooded, drowned vegetation on land that wouldn't usually be flooded. If that outcome was avoided by the projects, would your concern in terms of sending water to land that shouldn't receive it be removed?
I don't see how your project would prevent flows of 200,000 megalitres a day getting right. Yeah, not that.
Rather than preventing that happening in a natural flood setting, the projects are not causing that to happen. Would that obviate that concern that you hold?
Well, yeah, I would have that concern. I'd hope it wouldn't happen, but I am purely basing that on some of the earlier information I saw, which may have been refined, but it was suggesting that all the black box should be watered. That was my understanding. And if it's changed, good.
Okay. And similarly, you've made comments in your evidence in the context of the maximum inundation area and identifying a concern that land within it would be frequently inundated by the operation of the projects. Have you proceeded on the basis that the full extent of the maximum inundation area would be inundated on a regular basis, that is in every event that would follow from the operation of the projects?
No, I haven't made any conclusions at all. I'm just concerned that
I see.
It's in human hands. Potential issues that would not happen with most natural flooding.
All right, and can we pick that apart a little bit? You've talked again in your oral evidence, but perhaps it's easiest for me to go to your written evidence.
Mm-hmm.
You use one, I think, example of the concern you've got here in the context of the lignum swamp and lignum shrubland comparison. Are we arriving at an area of similar concern in the sense that I understand you to be saying you're concerned that if it was the case that lignum swamp and lignum shrubland received the same watering regime, you'd be causing damage effectively to the land?
It'd be unlikely to receive the same water, but if they're trying to get water up to lignum shrubland frequently and at inappropriate times, that would be a problem. Like that would normally only get it from higher flood events, which I would think would generally be associated with a La Nina year.
I understand. So you're basically saying you would caution future managers to not seek to attribute the same watering regime to or across those two EVCs?
No, certainly. I mean, it's going to be difficult to achieve depths because of elevation, but certainly frequency is, not the same frequency.
when you say it'll be difficult to achieve depths because of elevation,
The same depth.
the same
It's not going
depth,
to be at the same
the same
depth.
depth at the same time. Yes,
Yeah.
in the sense that the shrubland's
The
higher.
floodplain
Yeah.
tilts, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Can I summarise your concerns in terms of the extent of flooding and in terms of which, I'll put it in terms of EVCs, but which communities are inundated when, to be a concern that in due course in decision making about the application of environmental watering, it's important that the manager doesn't simply add water to the maximum possible extent and the maximum possible depth, but instead has regard to the natural variability which exists across the floodplain, such that there's responses to the various, or such that watering follows the identification of the balancing of objectives that we talked about earlier.
That would be ideal. Yeah, more the manager knows about the floodplain and the vegetation, the better.
Yeah, okay. And in that context, I presume you're a supporter of monitoring programs that are undertaken in respect of the wetlands across Victoria, such as the Wet Map program that you've been involved in. And do you understand, have you seen the ecological monitoring evaluation and reporting plan that's been prepared by Arthur Rylah Institute in respect of the projects?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that Arthur Rylah Institute has been, since late 2021, conducting monitoring, which is intended to be used as the baseline monitoring data set in respect of the projects?
I'm aware that Lindsay Vivian has been looking at lignum shrubland, for instance, and had a discussion with her where I think the proponent didn't understand that lignum shrubland wasn't always lignum dominated.
Do I take the answer to be yes in those circumstances?
Yeah, I have some limited knowledge of that, yes.
Okay. And in those contexts, the outcomes of that monitoring being undertaken by ARI and the outcome of all other monitoring undertaken, both in respect of these project sites but other wetlands, will produce data which are important inputs into future decision making about the application of water.
Yeah. Well, I think we're drifting away from my just concern of building giant walls across the floodplain, ripping out a whole lot of trees to do it. That's my
I could just
primary
ask you
concern.
please to answer the question. So we certainly heard your evidence, and the committee will have questions after Dr. Kelly in a moment. But if I just ask you to please continue to answer the questions directly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you perhaps clarify?
Of course, Mr. Friend, yes. So I was referring to the monitoring now being undertaken by ARI.
Yep.
And in fairness to you, I should identify and ask you first, are you familiar with the monitoring requirements that are proposed in respect of the project that are described in the environmental management framework?
I have not read them in detail.
All right. I'll leave them to one side. Can I put to you the proposition then that the monitoring being undertaken by ARI and any other monitoring undertaken in respect to these projects and vegetation at the sites will be important inputs into future decision making?
I would hope so.
And that's consistent with the principle that's now broadly applied across the management of Victorian wetlands, in the sense of the active application of principles of adaptive management.
Yes, you have to again take adaptive management in perspective. Like if the trees have died, it's too late, for instance.
But monitoring will allow, where possible, responses to data that are produced by monitoring, including after watering events, both at these sites, but also at other sites across Victoria and elsewhere.
I would hope so.
And in combination with your desire that future managers have regard to the range of balanced objectives and the variability across the floodplain in making decisions, does the provision of monitoring as is being undertaken by ARI and the availability of the adaptive management procedures give confidence that the risks you are identifying will receive attention and will be mitigated as appropriate?
No.
Okay. And in terms of your questions about alterations to the bathymetry of the wetlands, and you've referred to the construction of retaining of the containment banks and so on, have you, on the basis of your earlier answer to me about the EES and what you've read, I understand you have not read the surface water specialist assessment C. Is that fair?
That is fair. I have glanced over things, but I wouldn't claim to have read them. No.
In those circumstances, I'll move on to the next specialist assessment. In the context of specialist assessment B, have you read those sections of the specialist assessment which relate to terrestrial fauna and potential impacts on terrestrial fauna?
I'm not a zoologist, so I'm not even going there.
All right. So insofar as you're expressing opinions about both hydrology and zoology, are those at both areas outside the scope of your expertise?
It depends on what you mean by hydrology. I am not a zoologist, so I'm not going to address zoological questions.
All right. I'll take that as an answer in respect of zoology. In terms of surface water, let me clarify it for you. You are not expert in the assessment of impacts upon the hydrology of wetlands as a result of any works or construction of infrastructure.
I'm concerned with what the water's doing. I have 6 years of experience of watching floodwater come and go on Barmah forests. I have seen plant responses to that many times.
Yeah. And
I'm not a hydrological engineer.
In any event, not having read surface water assessment in specialist assessment C, it would be fair for me to say you don't have an understanding of how potential impacts of the proposed works and infrastructure have been assessed, or what conclusions are reached in terms of their potential impacts.
I don't see how that actually relates to the vegetation.
Is it fair then to say that? Whatever the reason, you might think it's not necessary for your purposes, but I'd like you to confirm that the proposition's a fair one to put.
Okay. Can you... I believe that I have a fair idea, as good as most people, of how water will affect vegetation. I am simply making the point that if you modify the floodplain, you're modifying the system, and that can have effects on the vegetation. That's perhaps as far as I'm going with that.
Okay. You don't go so far as to seek to establish or understand how you might be modifying the way the water moves across the floodplain.
It's not, if the bathymetry has been changed, it's been modified. It's that simple. Because it's not running off in the same way. It's being kept from, it's not going to go into areas that might have gone otherwise. It's just going to change it. I'm not challenging the engineer's ability to examine water flow. I know when we did the work for the VIAC in 2008, some of the modelling clearly was very strange, but I assume things have improved since that time. So I'm not challenging their ability to determine how water moves across the floodplain. But the reality is that the vegetation is very complex. Species have niches, they grow in particular spots. We don't always quite know why, but any system, if you start fiddling with it, it changes it. Now, like medical situation, helpful prescriptions can have adverse effects. They may address something, but it's more, what I'm saying is it's more complex than that.
I'll take it that that's a fair proposition that I put to you, Mr. Frood. Now, can I move on to the specific criticisms within your statement of material presented in the EES? Madam Chair, I'm conscious of the time. I'm moving a little more slowly than I thought that I might have hoped. I think I have less than 10 minutes left.
Thank you for the update, Mr. Forrester. I'm happy for you to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Frood, insofar as your statement includes criticisms of material presented in the EES, is it fair to say that those criticisms are primarily based upon the EES summary report and to exercises conducted for the purposes of calculating potential gain?
that is a large part, but also to the special assessment B3 ecology terrestrial. Now, if I were to do peer review on that, I would have a lot to say.
All right. And in terms of your criticisms, for example, of the use of the NSIM tool and the habitat hectares tool, can I ask you a couple of specific questions? First, you say in your statement at page 5 that the analysis of threatened species noted as potentially present using the DELP NSIM search appears to lack depth and is not how I believe this tool is intended to be used. And I understand you in that context to be saying that you expect the NSIM search tool is not intended to be used to identify whether or not certain threatened species potentially are present in the project areas. Is that right?
That's correct. It's a starting list.
And you similarly refer to claims of gains under NSIM in similar terms at page 8. And in each context, again, you're referring to calculation of potential gains here because it's the case, isn't it, that Specialist Assessment B does not seek to use the NSIM search tool to identify the presence or otherwise of any particular species of native vegetation in the project areas.
No, it was a statement in the summary, and I have some history there, which may be unfortunate. When I was involved in assessment of the initial proposal for NIA, that there were many species selected by NSIM in which there were benefits claimed for all of them if they just simply be in that area. And when I sat in on a meeting online and Arup were talking, they were demanding that, insisting that there was a gain for a species called darling lily that the NSIM had predicted as potentially present at NIA. And someone, well, I don't know whether DELP or CMA had just politely suggested that that was only in the Murray Scroll Belt, it couldn't be there. And the proponent's representative was adamant that it might be and that there should be a gain there. So I am perhaps, things may have changed and improved since that time, but the number of species that were claimed benefits for seemed high. So,
you understand, Mr. Frood, that the only way in which the NSIM tool is used for the purposes of the preparation of the EES is in the calculation of, or in reference to, calculation of potential gains, having regard to DELP suggested processes.
well, I would point out that some species, such as Digitaria Omophila.
Sorry, Mr. Frood, I'm asking you a question about how the tool has been used in the EES in the context in which you are criticising the use of that tool.
Yeah, I'm saying that some species has claim positive to neutral, and I'm assuming that those positive to neutrals are encountered as gain. If I'm wrong, correct me.
Okay. Similarly, in terms of the habitat hectare method, you agree, I take it, with the conclusion of Specialist Assessment B that while the use of the habitat hectare method has been useful and appropriate for the purpose of allowing calculations of potential impacts versus potential gains as relevant to the DELP net gain calculator, it would not be suitable baseline condition data to monitor whether proposed environmental watering at each site successfully delivers benefits across each of the maximum inundation areas.
Yes.
All right, so essentially your criticism there is on all fours with the limitation which is identified in Specialist Assessment B.
Yes.
And to the extent that you are raising these criticisms, do I understand your position as being that the NSIM tool or the product of the NSIM search and the product of the use of the habitat hectare tool should not be used to, or should not be relied upon to inform environmental watering decisions?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the final set of questions, Mr. Frood, relates to a topic that you just started going into there in terms of your earlier engagement in respect to the project. You refer in your witness statement at page 3 to conducting a small amount of paid work involving review of earlier documentation, and I understand that, but from your references, to be a initial draft of an assessment of overall improvements to biodiversity, which is described as a desktop pilot. Is that right?
Yes, that was a document I reviewed for DELP.
Okay, and you provided feedback on what you considered to be potential benefits versus risks.
Yes.
Evaluation of potential approaches to interpreting ecological gain based on water regime. Is that right?
That was what was asked of me, yes.
Okay, and in the context of evaluation of potential approaches to interpreting ecological gain based on water regime, is it the case that you had regard to and were giving advice in respect of the various lines of evidence or exercises that are reported on in attachments 5 and 6 to the EES?
We'll tell me what is in those, and this precedes that EES, by the way. So,
of course, it does, but as I understand it, the document you refer to reviewing is a desktop pilot version of a similar document, but in respect of a different project.
Yeah.
So have you seen, I'll scroll back up to the cover page, have you seen this document or the like document in respect of Hatter Lakes North?
Attachment 5B, probably not. Yeah.
All right, these are the attachments for your information, which are summarised in that summary document or the aspects of the summary document that you're...
Yeah, so I have read the full summary document.
Yes, yes. So the conclusions perhaps won't be new to you, but it might be new to you to understand some of the detail.
They're very generalised, and they are based on the assumptions that natural water regime can be duplicated.
And they include assessment on the basis of multiple exercises, such as we've been through, the use of the NSIM NVR tool, the use of the DELP net gain calculator, and amongst other things, the application of the 2016 guidelines that you co-authored in respect of the Guide to Water Regime document. Was it in respect of those exercises that you provided your evaluation to DELP?
I provided my evaluation to DELP on what was in the NIA document, which had not even accurately transcribed some of our water regimes, did not seem to have read the descriptions that were now recognised. I see are in attachment B, our extra notes. So they just used the table. And I should notice in that table that their ranges, like for instance, depths may be between 1 and 2 metres. But the assumption in that NIA document seemed to be that anything in 1 to 2 metres was okay, rather than that if you read the fine print, that it might say rarely exceeding, occasionally, but rarely exceeding 1 metre. So there was a lot of flaws in how that was interpreted at that time.
So was your evaluation focused on the use or utility of your 2016 guide for the purposes of calculating potential gain?
Yes, and I did not consider it suitable.
All right. Did you provide feedback to DELP to the effect that your guide was too coarse to be used for that purpose?
Particularly if you're using a table, yes.
Okay. Now, I understand it's on that basis, that is that your guide is too coarse to be used for that purpose, that the expert elicitation process convened and conducted by Arthur Ryler Institute took place. And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about that to understand the nature of your participation. You've probably declared that you participated in it and you declined to accept payment. I'd like to just ask you to step through the process for us in terms of how you participated as the last couple of questions before I'm finished. What I might do is just open the actual document because it will help to have it on our screen. So I'm sharing now page 4. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
All right, I understand the first step after the process was initiated was that ARI sought consultation with an independent expert in respect of the definitions of tolerable and optimal. Were you involved at that stage?
No.
Okay. the next steps, as I understand them, are set out on page 6. There was a collation of literature and identification and invitation to experts. Did you participate in any way other than receiving an invitation, perhaps,
No.
in those 2 steps? Okay. And then there's development of workshop materials. Did you involve yourself in that? Okay. So your involvement started then, I take it, at workshop 1.
Correct.
And at workshop 1, as I understand it, there was a development of a shared understanding of the problem, and the process began with experts providing initial judgments on watering regimes.
Correct.
Now, your participation in that step, you actively participated, didn't you, in the sense that you didn't sit back and listen, but instead you actively participated and proffered your judgments on watering regimes?
Yes, we were asked to work on screen app, I suppose, that where you could select ranges of duration and frequency and adjust the shape according to tolerance and preference.
And in terms of developing a shared understanding of the problem, did you actively participate in discussing and putting forward your views in terms of the problem?
I discussed, we were instructed not to talk about the project, just purely the water regime. And I perhaps made it clear that I considered depth and variability important, but really my involvement was talking about the tolerances of component species of the EVCs and perhaps helping people understand what was actually in that EVC in terms of species.
Okay.
Which is what workshop 3 was to help give a little bit more clarity to some of the experts that may not have known that particular vegetation well.
I see. So by workshop 3, where there was the opportunity to discuss and revise judgments,
Yes.
that was a point at which experts were identifying they weren't familiar with particular EVCs, and your participation included assisting them to understand those EVCs.
Yes.
And presumably their watering regimes?
Yes, I was perhaps saying things like, for instance, that if you were regularly flooding, red gums would not tolerate more than 6 months inundation, or that, say, Warrego summergrass grew in warm, wet conditions, but when the water would require drawdown and free draining. That was the sort of stuff I was talking about, the ecology of the component species.
Okay. In the context of what you've said in your witness statement and your decision to decline payment to avoid any perception of conflict of interest, do I take it from the introduction to that document that you're an expert, you asked to remain anonymous in the publication of that report?
That's correct.
And that was also on the basis, wasn't it, that you were concerned about the perception of a conflict of interest?
Correct. And also I was not confident how that was going to be used, that document was going to be used. All right. I thought it important to be involved with ARI because I did not want to be in conflict with them about the content. Didn't want to be saying, oh, look, this watering regime's a load of rubbish or anything. And I thought it was important, and they wanted my knowledge. So I was contributing, basically I was just contributing knowledge. And I would have been happy for my interpretations not to have been included, my particular plot of water regime to have been included. I would have been happy for that, but they decided to include it.
And you mean in terms of you didn't want to be seen to be saying, or you didn't want to be saying this watering regime's a load of rubbish? Are you talking about the watering regime that you'd understood to be suggested by the EES? No,
I just wanted to make sure that, it wasn't, people had adequate information to make good decisions in their watering regimes, given not all the experts have that knowledge along the breadth of the Murray, of the component species. It's fairly esoteric knowledge.
And to confirm, it's the case, isn't it, that your decision to not accept payment and your decision to not be identified were decisions made being conscious that while you were simultaneously publicly advocating against the projects, it may be problematic for the expert elicitation report to be identified as being contributed to by you.
Yeah, I had no problems with them saying that I had provided information. I gave them that offer, made that offer. But I didn't want to be seen as one of the authors. It was just an option, and often we'll do that. Just don't want to necessarily, I've got 500 other projects I've been involved in. I don't necessarily care whether I'm credited or not.
All right. You accept that there may be a perception that the name of someone who is publicly advocating against the projects being, you accept that there may be a perception that if a person who is publicly advocating against projects is then identified as the author of a document which is intended to inform those projects in this expert and technical sense, a third-party observer might perceive its processes and products to be affected by a conflict of interest.
Correct.
And in that context, agreeing with me on that basis, do you agree that your conflict of interest or the potential perception of one might mean your participation in that process was a mistake?
It's a mistake. I don't believe so. I purely provided technical information on the species. That's it. The way that was framed initially, and I don't know whether that went into the document or not, was supportive of the project. So I didn't want my name on a document that was supportive of the project. That's correct. But I will talk to anyone providing technical information.
All right, thanks, Mr. Food, and thanks, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. We're scheduled to have a break in just over 10 minutes, but I would like to continue with cross-examination from Dr. Kelly now, and then we'll break after that, given the time estimate works perfectly. So Dr. Kelly, I'll come to you now. Ask if you can please pop your camera on. So after this, Dr. Kelly's question, Mr. Food will break for 15 minutes and come back, and there'll be a few questions from the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. I'll hand directly to you.
Thank you. Mr. Frood, thanks for being an expert witness and your participation and your submission. I'll just try and get through the questions that I have. You mentioned the word political in regards to watering the floodplain. Are you aware of alternatives to these projects?
I mean, there would be an alternative, would be just simply to send more water down the river. I don't know, but I don't know how I don't want to get into the politics. I mean, there are other people who will do that, like these ecologists from Melbourne Uni, I believe, have a bit to say about that.
Thank you. Mr. Forrester, just then, I know I'm probably not meant to cross-examine you on what he just said, but it's hard not to, because some of it was quite aggressive and...
Dr. Kelly, could you please just ask your questions directly, please?
Sure. Well, the question about, I had a question about your comment on the habitat hectare and offsets and the horse trading. They were some of the words you used. Do you think that the habitat hectare is not a very technical or world's best practice method to use?
It was hard for, if they're calculating offsets and, you know, having to provide some offsets for the work they do, it's probably fair. It's very superficial in terms of assessing the diversity of the vegetation, and it's also lacks ecological sensitivity.
Thank you.
So, you know, it's hard for me to see the point of it, other than if you're actually working out, well, we're damaging this amount of hectares and we need to do, that's the system for that. When we need to compensate somewhere else, that's the system. That's what the system is, and I accept that. But I wouldn't use it as a scientific tool.
And I'm just going to move past the ones that I feel like I've repeated myself in. A lot of these areas are national parks, and you've worked in a lot of them, from one end of the Victorian side of the river to the other, from Barmer. Do you think that national parks can be treated like these projects, using what people have called infrastructure arrogance?
Dr. Kelly, I'm not really clear on the purpose of your question.
No.
I could ask you to either move on or rephrase it.
Well, I'm just getting a sense of whether Mr. Frood thinks that these projects are the type of intervention we should use in national parks, because he knows a lot about the conservation value of these areas.
No, I've made it very clear that constructing containment barriers and clearing trees to do it, I think is extremely inappropriate in a national park. Regulators, I think you have to have them in context, like Barmer, where they stop water going in summer. They're serving a purpose and they're very localised and restricted. But I think in each case of things like regulators and pumps, you need to do a case-by-case evaluation of benefit, put them through a proper risk analysis. What are they preventing? What are they supporting? What's actually happening there? So I am reserving my judgment on regulators and pumps, and I don't like them, but we have to accept may have to accept some compromises given the broad scale change to landscape. But as I said towards the end of my submission, I regard the topography variation and the soils and the vegetation as something akin to a work of art. So digging hole, putting mounds across it, and I think is incredibly inappropriate.
Thank you.
Geomorphology is not respected.
Thank you. Do you think these areas, and I'm talking about South Australian border to Barmer or Gunbower, do you think they're overstudied or understudied? Do you think we need more research and studies of these areas?
I think they're understood. So I think that their managers should know more about them. We have very limited data on many species. So I would certainly encourage better knowledge. I think the project, I've been trying to point out that the understanding of water regime has been in this VMFRP project is very basic. It doesn't, it's not at a highly refined level, I would say. So I think, there's a lot we don't know, put that way. And it's the more we know, the more you learn, the less you know. That's nature.
Yeah. You've talked about how risky the projects are, and your understanding of the areas and the severe impacts and the losses that could occur. Have you worked with any traditional owners in these areas?
I have worked in Gunbower with the Barappa on a project about traditional use of plants project, worked with the young Barappa crew.
Yeah. And then your statement that it is not an irrigation farm, without a site visit, we probably can't show the committee what an irrigation farm looks like. But those of us who do know, they're quite ugly and brutal. So to see something like an irrigation farm concept put inside the national parks. I can see why you're concerned about that. And you say it's going to be hard to get rid of these projects if they turn out to be faulty or destructive. Have you ever seen an example of infrastructure projects like this taken away or removed?
The only one that really would come to mind would be some of the interventions at Lake McCowan, which is previously, I can't remember the name of the swamp, but it's a popular, whereas they drowned the whole system and put up a big retaining wall and turned a series of wetlands into one big lake, which was used for water storage, and that's been decommissioned. And Winton wetlands.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's the only case I've seen where a lot of the intervention has been removed, not all of it.
Yep, thank you. And with any of the Living Murray projects, which I'm sure you're aware of, number one, are you aware if they went through any EES process like this before they were put in? And number two, do any of them have a precedence of pooling water like these two projects?
I don't know them well, but I'm not aware of them. I don't know whether the Scottish Billabong project was a Living Murray funded one. I don't know that.
Okay.
But I'm not aware of. I'm not aware of anything that has this level of attendant risk being implemented.
Yeah, thank you. And lastly, or second last, did you see any of the VMFRP project glossy brochures?
Yes.
Promotional brochures?
Yes.
One of them said, quote, "Did you know river redgum and black box trees need a drink about once every 10 years to survive?" End of quote.
Yes, I saw.
What would you say about that?
Dr. Kelly, I'm not really sure the intent of your question there.
Yeah, it's rubbish. That's a quick answer.
Thank you. And last question. I think you're very brave to speak out. And do you think you'll, excuse my my prying, but do you think you'll get employed again by the department or the CMA?
Dr. Kelly, that's not an appropriate question for the committee hearing process. So I'm going to ask you to just finish there. Thank you.
And my last question was, Mr. Frood, do you think the committee should do a site visit?
Yes, I'd like to see them accompanied by an independent ecologist with some understanding of the floodplain system.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Frood. So we will break now for 15 minutes. It's actually, we'll make it 12 so that we don't run out of time. So it's 3:03. We'll make it back at 3:15, and we'll have some questions for you from the committee. Thank you. Great, thank you everyone. Welcome back. So we'll move into questions from the committee, starting with Dr. Briscoe. So Dr. Briscoe will ask some questions to start. Thank you, Mr. Frood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Frood. I can still see the slide, the placeholder slide on my screen. I can't see you, so thank you for removing that. So my first question is about your statement about turning floodplains into a series of irrigation bays. And I wanted to just unpack that in terms of what your main concerns are in terms of how the water sits on a floodplain. So just to clarify whether the concerns are about water depth, changes in water depths, about changes in areas that are inundated, or changes in velocity, or all of three of those, or something else.
It's sort of all of those things, really. It's just different water behaviour. And I could perhaps give you an example of grassy riverine forest, which is dominated, the ground layer is dominated by warrego summergrass. And that it's rare actually in wetlands where the water sits, where the water ponds. And even places in, say, Barma where it ponds, you don't tend to get it. It's a free draining, it grows, it requires free draining conditions, and it's often on sandier soils for that reason. So it requires warm and wet summer, but not, it just doesn't like just sitting in water, for example. So, and we see, when we've seen wet map where we looked at delivery of environmental water into shallow lakes, there are a small number of species that favours, which I mentioned in my my submission, for instance, and they'll probably benefit from that ponding, but at the expense of other things. And I'll give an example. I was at a place called Crow's Carapugna Swamp just last week, which accumulated shallow water through the rainfall events, the very wet spring we've had. And there's quite a sharp line where things have drowned and where things haven't. It's just, you know, water's been in there, but the areas where it's sat longer, so the salt bushes and things that were there have drowned. And also too, getting water right up, like if there's water normally goes up to the higher end of most elevated parts of the floodplain, you know, the river comes up, gets up there for a bit and then drains out again. It's not just being held there. So you've got, so to simulate that, you'd have to have some sort of regulator and someone letting water out slowly, which I can't see happening. I can't see that attention to detail or level of expertise. So it's just ecologically different.
Okay, so you're saying that it's not just the depth of the water, but also the velocity and the variation in the water level that matters.
Yeah, and the behaviour of that's going to affect the chemistry just sitting there too. But I'm not going to claim the ability to talk much about that. So what we see, and I gave several examples of where water's been ponded and it's had perverse outcomes that weren't anticipated. So I would draw on those that it can be very subtle, like whatever's happened, for instance, at Dunnett's Road Swamp, which can be viewed, it's near the court. I don't know if anyone wants to view it. You can see that dead red gum stags throughout the middle of it are still quite clearly evident in the aerial photography. It's a small change. It's a subtle change in how that wetland's drained. I mean, it's, I know it was perfectly healthy in 1990 and again in the late 90s from someone else's reliable reports, but the middle 2/3, the trees are dead now.
I see. Thank you. So in terms of your concerns, so your concerns are primarily about what's happening within the inundation area. And do you have any concerns what's happening outside the project areas, or that's not of concern or interest?
Well, it's concern of interest to the whole floodplain. And I would worry if that the inundation area was seen as adequate watering and that the rest doesn't matter, is written off. So I don't know if there's a proper risk assessment there, that if there's only a limited amount of water, is it better to get low level natural flooding across a wider area I also have concerns with these are supposedly selected high value areas. If it goes wrong, well, that's a big impact. So.
Just taking a little bit of time to write this down.
Yeah. So I'd like to see proper environmental flows coming down the river, but you know, I'm not in charge, perhaps fortunately.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of your concerns about the infrastructure, do I understand from what you've said in response to inquiries from the cross-examination from others, your main concerns are about the containment banks and the impoundment of water on the floodplain surface? Or do you also have concerns about the regulators?
The tree clearing. Regulators, I think, I'm not opposed to regulators per se. I just think it's necessary to do an evaluation of each instance, whether it's what are the gains and what are the losses. And then, so a regulator in a containment bank, I'm more concerned about the containment bank.
Yep.
And impacts. So I have concerns about any intervention, but I recognise that some of them may be appropriate, but they just need to be properly evaluated.
I see. So going on in your statement, you say this project represents experimental manipulation of the floodplain dynamics with what I consider to be little or no presentation of content indicating suitable ecological understanding.
Yes.
So clarify what you meant by that.
I had some protocols for an ecological intervention. So it requires identification of the issue, which species you're trying to advantage, which ones may be at risk, you know, what are the possible perverse outcomes. There were about 7 of them, but I don't see that being followed. I don't see, for instance, this EVC, this is happening, and this is what is required. I also see, you know, claims like, for instance, benefits for the winged peppercrest. That, you know, if anything, it's the opposite. I see generalised claims of either positive or neutral for particular species without considering what water regime, direct specification of what water regime, how that answer is obtained. Some of those I think could easily be killed and be dependent on reproduction from seed. I don't know whether I don't know how that stuff is derived. It's not very clear. And when I look at say for instance, in the attachment B3 ecological terrestrial, the what they call the PFG, the plant functional groups, the pictures are not consistent with the category, and some of the categories are not even consistent. I will give you an example, what they call ARF, semi-aquatic flora. The text says requires year-round presence of free water. The picture is a plant called Ranunculus inundatus, which grows in seasonal swamps. So it's normally dry over the hotter months, surviving by its rootstocks. I could be wrong about this, but the ATW, which is tolerant woodland species, the picture appears to be Damascenium minus, which is not woody. The ATE requires water to be present 8 to 10 months and dry time in the calendar. In the dry time occurring in the cooler times of the year. And the plant looks like a plant called Carex triticaulis, which is subject to brief flooding over spring and bone dry over summer and incredibly resilient to a prolonged dry period. So I just don't see, I see that there's been more than one person involved in that with varying levels of expertise. I mean, to me, it doesn't meet standards I'd expect. So I think the ecology is enough. That feeling I get is that the ecology has been an afterthought, that the primary thing has been engineering driven to put water onto the floodplain.
So I understand. So I understand from what you've said previously that you, as if you were to peer review the ecology assessment, you would have a lot to say. And so I guess that's at a high level sort of an indication of what you might, or some of the things you might say, but the scope of it, right? So you're suggesting from the overall approach to right to some of the details.
Yes, yes. So I think that they're trying to build it's like putting a building with dodgy foundations. So there are some of the questions that I was asked by the Mr. Forrester, I thought were about the building rather than the foundations. So that's my concerns. It's fundamentally what's founded on. And as I said, I've got no criticism of the biologists that have done the field work. I'm sure they've done their best with their at their knowledge levels and what they've been asked to do. It just doesn't address what I would want to know for planning and intervention.
Understand. Let's just see. So then you go on to say that you understand that construction of retaining barriers on the floodplain is high impact with high risk to native vegetation. So in terms of those risks, are they predominantly risks associated with impoundment and drowning? Or is it more subtle than just straight out drowning?
It's partly impoundment, it's partly drowning, it's partly that there's a diverse range of species on the floodplain, and they've got, we don't know a lot about what their exact tolerances are. So why one species will persist at the expense of another. So that's what I'm saying is it's really subtle. This is a very coarse, heavy duty thing to do. So I can only make the observations of what I see in water where it's impounded. And it is a change that it is a change to hydrology. Hydrology just isn't simply depth, duration and frequency. There's a lot more going on. And a lot of those things are not, they're just not problematic if the topography isn't altered, that they sort of sort themselves out.
So I just want to clarify what you mean by that. So you're saying it's not just depth, duration, frequency. Do you mean there's some other parameter as well as that? Or it's not just simplistic measurements of depth, duration or frequency?
It's not simplistic measurements, and plants persist through a combination of competition and environmental tolerance. So it's simply adding something to a system changes it. So how are those species going to, is it going to affect their reproduction? Is it going to affect their persistence? Is it going to affect their competitive ability? Will it lead to invasion by other species that are more adapted to the revised hydrology? Is the water quality going to be different? Is it going to be more black water because it's just ponding? There's just a lot of questions there. So I'm not saying I know the outcomes, but I'm concerned. I have concerns with.
So moving across to water quality, because that's one of the issues that's been discussed in the aquatic ecology component. Based on your knowledge and experience, are there issues for riparian vegetation or floodplain vegetation associated with changes in water quality, such as might occur in relation to black water, in relation to, or even changes in aquatic ecology? So, for example, proliferation of carp or something of that nature. Would that potentially affect the vegetation?
Certainly. I mean, you can certainly see effects of turbidity on different species. Like some species are much more tolerant of having their stomates clogged. It's going to affect germination. You'll certainly see some, the gum barrel, for instance, some lagoons come up with aquatic plants, some don't. So, and it seems to be connected to fairly complex state changes from, I understand from the work of Darren Baldwin, that it's a shift to algal dominance. It's basically a state change for losing the aquatics and then losing the stability and the surface that those plants provide. So I can say that there are concerns, but I'm not qualified to, have not done the research to detail them, if that is a reasonable answer.
So in terms of those effects, would they be on the smaller aquatic, semi-aquatic species and not on the larger species like the trees and shrubs? Or could it affect both?
It's probably going to affect the smaller stuff, the stuff that comes up aquatics, and the stuff that comes up after that, or stuff that's just enduring. Though I might point to a very strange thing in Barmah Forest, which is a localised area of grey box with moira grass, surrounded by red gum at a slightly higher elevation. And look at that, and that, what is going on here? It doesn't make any sense. But what I think is happening there is that normally grey box is absent from areas with moira grass because the conditions get anoxic in the soil. And I think here water's flowing through into and coming out in another old river channel, just flowing through a sandy spot. So this is my feeling. So the grey box is not, it's just intolerant of anoxic conditions. So that's an indication of a subtle feature like that. But it's a very odd spot and very unusual. And you get things like bull oak growing with aquatics in parts of the Wimmera, I think, where the soils are sandy and free draining, but they're still wet enough for aquatics. So those effects can be very subtle.
I see. So you mentioned, well, we've sort of, I guess in your responses to the questions from Mr. Forrest, you've given us a bit of a rundown in terms of your involvement in the expert elicitation report process. Although I understand you haven't read the final report.
I haven't read the final No, I haven't read the final expert elicitation.
No, but I just understand in terms of, in principle, in terms of the graphs, I'm assuming the types of graphs you talked about working on in the workshop are the ones with the one axis showing frequency, one showing duration.
Yes.
Are they a reasonable way to present water requirements for what?
They're partial.
Yep.
Like, for instance, black box or river and kenopod woodland, you're dealing with more variation. Like initially, when I tried to get 2 EVCs, but I got overridden. I wanted an EVC for the drier elevated version with the salt bush dominated, which was rarely, if ever, flooded, only in extreme events, and would require a long recovery period, and another one for the lower-lying areas with lignum and Nida goosefoot that did get reasonably regular flooding. Yeah,
but as a guide, would you say that approach that was taken in terms of characterising those hydrological requirements is a reasonable measure to use?
I don't like the tolerable. I don't quite. I think that needs a lot of qualification. Because a certain event may be tolerated for a certain amount of time, a certain level of frequency, but it's not tolerable if maintained. So it depends. And you get an EVC is a gradient. It's a gradient of variation. The black box, the river and kenopod woodlands, a more extreme version of that. So I'm not totally comfortable with it, but I mean it's not horrendous. But I think it needs a bit more understanding to apply it.
Would you consider it as a first pass to say if someone were to have an understanding of the ecology of the vegetation on one hand and trying to sort of get a first pass interface between that and between a change in hydrologic regime, would you consider those plots to be a reasonable tool to have a first pass interpretation of the hydrology in terms of things that may be relevant to the ecology?
If there's no intervention on the topography or bathymetry of the floodplain, a lot of my concerns are just simply deal with them themselves. Like you get the free draining or ponding according to that terrain. So many aspects of, for instance, depth. I mean, it might not matter if it's up way high for a week or something, and then it drops down again. Like terrestrial riverbank stuff will stand that, but if you can't put that as part of the water regime at that depth if it's maintained. So it's got to actually understand the context.
So it's not so much that you're concerned about the hydrological regime, but more about the hydrology being ponded and the hydraulics being changed.
Yes.
I understand. So you mentioned depth. So in terms, you talk about the importance of depth in your submission rather than just inundation frequency and duration. So in that context, by depth, do you mean ponding rather than depth of inundation as per a free flooding event?
You've got to consider both, really. Like, for instance, Warrego summer grass can tolerate being underwater for, quite deep water for a couple of months, but it needs to be free drained by the time the growing season comes. Whereas, say, something like Pungo or Clerix Triticaulis is easily drowned if the water exceeds that height.
Okay, so there's different ways of responding.
Yeah.
Now, have you read the proponents' response to the expert elicitation report? And particularly, they commissioned a study, Marcus Cooling and Chris Gipple, to have a look at and to interpret the expert elicitation report in relation to the EES.
No, I haven't. No.
Okay. I'll just put a question to you. I'll summarise it. So essentially, they found that the optimum conditions for the optimum and tolerable conditions for the various EVCs indicated by the expert elicitation reports appeared to indicate lower optimal inundation frequencies than those experienced in the pre-regulation regime. And they sort of conject, they raised a couple of possible explanations for that. One of that being that the floodplain vegetation has already shown some degree of adjustment to the existing rather than the natural regime. And the other being methodological issues in terms of how those optimal and tolerable frequencies and durations were developed, amongst other possible explanations. So I was just interested in, I guess, your interpretation of that and whether you had any thoughts or comments on that.
Yes, I think the adjustment is quite reasonable. Like, we've certainly seen that in Barmer, where the Moira plains have contracted, and the vegetation has actually, the vegetation zones have shifted down the ecological profile. You can see it happening in places too as a consequence of Hume and Dartmouth dams, and they're not, it's sufficiently intact that the zones are just shifting rather than you getting artefact vegetation. So that is a concern to me, to be trying to emulate pre-regulation, sort of 1770 water regimes or whatever. Much more sense to me to go for something like 1980 or whatever, when they were still, the river systems were still, vegetation was still pretty intact. Like, going in Gumbauer, my first 1982 work for the LCC. It certainly looks different to what it looks now. It didn't look stressed and broken. It does in many places now, because of lack of water getting up there. So that is a concern, that if you're trying to put a pre-regulation water regime in, it could well be another major disturbance, and an impact on top of an extra impact on top of the impacts of reduced inundation. Does that sort of make sense?
Yep, that does. Thank you.
So yeah, and also too, modelling. And I go back to the Naya case that we discussed with Mr. Forrester. They talked about flood regimes there for riverine grassy woodland, and that seems odd that it gets that much water. So modelling, and too, when we were doing a study for VIAC in 2008, some of what flooded when seemed a bit odd. So one always has to be careful about interpreting the modelling. This modelling, how accurate it is, and is it picking up subtle features on the floodplain?
Yeah, thank you for that. I just have a question leading from that on to the, I guess the proponents yesterday uploaded a technical note about terrestrialisation, and I guess it sort of goes into the question of, I guess, whether terrestrialisation, whether that's a disturbance that needs to be addressed, or whether that's something that one would need to roll with and go and embrace. Your view on that?
It's a bit of both, really. Zones will shift, given we're not getting the original watering regime. I think it just, and again, it depends on species. I might give an example of Little Lake Haywood, that was one of the wet map sites that the Mallee CMA decided to put environmental water for black box into this as a depression. They ended up with 3 metres of water in it. Most of the black box died. But what came, so it was river and Kenepod woodland in there, but they were fairly small trees. But what came up was lakebed herblands, this wonderful array of, some were actually threatened species that seed had been in the soil for decades. So it didn't achieve the result it was intended to, but it was not completely a bad result. Yeah, and that's a unique situation. So in that case, terrestrialisation was not a major concern because of the incredible longevity of that seed bank. But for others, it's definitely an ecological change, and it's not necessarily a desirable thing. So it's nice to be addressed, but it's, again, by appropriate means. So, I don't think we need to, like the expression, you need to break some eggs to create an omelette. I don't necessarily know that that's the best way of doing ecological management.
Thank you. I've got one final question now, in terms of, you made the comment a couple of times that not everyone necessarily will have the appropriate ecological background for the adaptive management, monitoring and implementation of the project.
Yes.
And I'll put this to you as something maybe to look at as a question or notice, in terms of when you, because I understand you haven't yet looked at the environmental management framework or environmental delivery standards.
No.
Because one of the things that we do ask is for, at the end of the hearing, for people to provide input on the day one or the final day environmental delivery standards. And if there was anything that you saw in there, whether you thought they adequately indicated requirements for things to be done, or whether there were any improvements you could just suggest in terms of how those concerns that you've expressed there could be addressed through the environmental delivery standards or monitoring requirements.
Yeah, I'd have to have a look at it. I mean,
yeah, certainly.
To be honest, I'm generally not impressed by standards, that they're sort of motherhood statements generally.
They are the measure that the project uses to, I guess, ensure that things, to provide the direction for things to occur. Yes. So that's one way that that would be helpful if you wanted to provide some input on that. If
you wanted to send it to me, I'd be happy to feedback, provide some feedback.
So those are all my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Briscar. Member Bell, do you have any further questions?
Yes, just a couple.
Thank you.
Thank you. So firstly, I just wanted to ask about the watering regimes for the EVCs, and the expert elicitation was undertaken to inform the assessment of overall improvements for the biodiversity. If you take into account the site-specific aspects of water regimes for EVCs, is that an appropriate input for determining delivery of environmental water?
It's helpful. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, and it's a case of understanding what the water does and what the weather's doing and timing, many components, I think, to do it well.
Do you need to go further down to the species specific level, or is it appropriate to stay at that community level?
I would like to see a species level understanding that, what is being attempted to be achieved. And it's going to vary in the system too. So it's going to vary on the type of system.
Thank you.
That you're dealing with.
Thank you. You've raised concerns regarding the habitat hectare for condition assessment. In the EMF, they're proposing to do 10 by 10 metre wetland and terrestrial vegetation quadrats to document species occurrence with targets to be defined, and also plant functional group species richness targets. In your opinion, are they more appropriate measures to monitor for?
That's a good start, as long as you've got someone that knows how to interpret that quadrat data. So there's two components, basic tracking question. What's happened here and what does it mean? So the quadrats are a much better way of having a look at what's happened here. But then the next question is, what does that mean? Like, you haven't had any water for 3 years, and that's a natural event. It may not mean much. Like, I'll give an example of Lake Lelbert. It looks dreadful when it hasn't had water for a few years and it's colonised by opportunistic species from the adjacent dry land. So it appears terrestrialised, and then it gets water and this magnificent array of small herbs comes up, of, weed-free. It's just a transformation. So you need to see where you are in the process of wetting and drying. So it needs someone to understand. Now, the plant functional groups, I have a bit of bias because I've come up with another system we use for wet map, which I think is a little bit more sensitive for monitoring, but it's better than nothing.
Thank you.
I'm not going to criticise the academics who came up with it, but is it the best? It's a start, but it may or may not be revealing. I know what I did worked for wet map.
Thank you. The EMF proposes a native flora and fauna subplan in the construction phase to deal with construction impacts on flora and fauna, including listed flora, but operational impacts on flora not proposed to be mitigated related to the submissions that flooding is a natural process. And so therefore it should be mitigated, and also in the context of the current flooding that the impacts may have already occurred. Would you agree with that approach?
Are you familiar with the Dunning-Kruger principle?
No, sorry.
That is where, with some psychologists, they plotted confidence against actual knowledge or experience. And what that graph shows is a peak, a little bit of confidence, a little bit of knowledge or experience. There's a massive peak in confidence, which plummets off very quickly with more experience and then tapers out. So that's perhaps the best way I could respond to that. That sounds like a statement off the top of the Dunning-Kruger peak to me.
And so perhaps if I just ask you a bit more directly, a yes or no answer, I guess, would you be looking to see mitigation measures for species that might potentially be terrestrial species or species that have terrestrialized in the floodplain to mitigate potential impacts from inundation?
Well, there's many species that are opportunistic colonisers that are quite common. I'm not concerned about those at all.
Sorry, where they're listed or threatened.
Yeah, they're generally not going to be listed or threatened species. And ones that are genuinely threatened are probably not that mobile. They're probably not just wandering down into the bottom of wetlands. But again, I think that comes back to treating what I said about Dunning-Kruger principle, which perhaps wasn't fair and perhaps should be struck off the record. It's not realistic to just treat inundation as inundation. You need to, it may not favour inundation tolerant or even inundation requiring species, depending on the subtleties of that inundation. So so to say don't need to monitor what's happening in the maximum inundation area away from the footprints, I think it's avoiding the question of what's really going on. Am I understanding the question there?
It's not necessarily about not monitoring, but not mitigating. So if they've got, say, the umbrella plant that was spoken about, yeah. I think it's a wattle, sorry, apologies. that might not be tolerant at all to inundation if it's in the maximum inundation area. There's no proposal to mitigate that, whether by seed collection or anything else before inundation.
Well, I just hope it didn't get to that stage where it was, mitigation was required, frankly.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's, it almost sounds like we don't care about the damage. So there should not be, if it's done properly, that should not be happening. Now that's confirming my proposition that it's an altered water regime. It's not watering those EVCs. It's not maintaining those EVCs. It's not a conservation project. It's some sort of intervention. But yeah, I mean, I suppose you generally don't get mitigation anyway.
Sorry, Member Bell,
Okay,
can I just
yep.
check, is that answered your question, and were there any further questions?
No, I'm right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Fruit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frood, for coming and giving your evidence and answering questions this afternoon. So you're free to either turn your camera off or microphone and stay, or leave. We're happy for you to finish up. Thank you very much for coming along.
Madam Chair, I'm very conscious of the timetable, and before Mr. Frood goes, suggest I just raise one point or one question. There was a question from Dr. Briscoe to Mr. Frood calling for Mr. Frood to go and review and then provide.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Forrester. Actually, I did mean to come to that myself, but I'm happy for you to speak to that, and I'll cover off on anything that. Yeah, I was going to come to that, but yes, I'll let you proceed.
Thank you. That's obviously going to involve an exercise that Mr. Frood hasn't undertaken to date in terms of reviewing important aspects of the EES, potentially other documents, and it's also going to involve Mr. Frood in responding to that call from the committee, providing to the committee additional matters which are probably going to be either influenced by or the product of his expertise and expressions of expert opinion that we wouldn't otherwise have had the chance to cross-examine on. Now, it's not necessarily the case that that need would arise, but I'm conscious with the hearing progressing towards its end next Wednesday, that it would be very desirable for Mr. Frood, if called upon to provide that response, to do so sufficiently in advance of our closing submissions that we either have the chance to respond to them in writing at the very least, or if necessary, to call for Mr. Frood to be brought back to give further evidence such that he can be cross-examined on them.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. So I will. I was going to explain, because Mr. Frood was not fully aware of that direction from the committee. So it's not a requirement or a request from the committee that Mr. Frood undertake that exercise. The activity, the review of the final day versions of the project documentation are included in the committee directions, and it's optional for parties if they choose to participate in that process. I do take on board what you've just said, Mr. Forrester, and if something, given Mr. Frood has participated in the hearing as an expert, and there may be some other procedural implications, that if Mr. Frood does choose to take up that opportunity in accordance with the directions, as he is also a party to the hearing and a submitter, then I'll come to you for your views, or we can have another discussion about any procedural implications at that point. So I'm noting the directions relate to direction 42 to 44, with the proponent to propose, I'll just run through them, make any further changes to the day one versions, and to be uploaded with closing submissions. Parties have the opportunity to comment on those on a without prejudice basis, not an opportunity to revisit matter of merit, etc. And that must be provided within 5 days. I understand. So yes, perhaps I'd ask Mr. Frood if that is an opportunity that you're seeking to take up, if that's something that you could please advise the committee by the end of this week, so that we can have a discussion with the proponent to see whether there are any further questions or exchange of information that might be required.
Madam Chair, I might just clarify that the concern I'm raising really would be the circumstance in which Mr. Frood did seek to provide any opinion in respect of any matter of merit as distinct from the drafting only. In the latter category, of course, it could be dealt with in the usual course, but if in the former, that's when those procedural implications might arise.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. Yes, that's clear. And just to be clear, Mr. Fruit, for your benefit, it's not a request from the committee that you undertake that process to provide comment on those documents.
Yeah, when would it need to be done by? Life is pretty hectic.
The proponent will be providing closing submissions on Wednesday next week, and the directions require any comments. As Mr. Forrester said, the directions are that they do not provide comment on merit of the documents by 5 days, 5 business days after the closing of the hearing.
Yeah, it's probably asking a bit much, given things are I've got a lot on my plate at the moment, and it probably not, it's in many ways, it's about managing the house, and my concern is the foundations on which the house are built.
Okay, Mr. Fruit, I'm happy to leave it there, and I do not wish to or intend to vary the committee's directions in relation to that. So I think that probably resolves the concerns that you have, Mr. Forrester, as well, that if Mr. Fruit takes the opportunity to provide comment, there won't be in relation to the merit, but it will be in accordance with the opportunity for all other parties. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Fruit. You're excused.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. So we are now going to hear submissions. I would like to just acknowledge Dr. Briscoe will be leaving the hearing for now. Thank you for sitting with us this afternoon. And Member Ham is has just joined the hearing as well. And I would like to ask if I understand Brendan Kennedy from the Murray Lower Darling Rivers Indigenous Nations group is joining us. If he, not sure that we have seen your name come up. So whoever you're logged in with, could you please raise your virtual hand and we'll make sure that we give you presenter status. Great, I can see Will Mooney has his hand up there, so I'll ask if that could happen. While that is happening, I will just run through some of the documents that I mentioned this morning. So we've received some further material from Mildred relating to the submission that we're about to hear. And I'd just like to note that the committee has not had time to review that material in any detail. So please, if you could take us through anything that you need to. We also have received emails from a number of traditional owner or interested party groups provided to the committee by the proponent this morning, and these have been tabled and they're available on the Engage Victoria website. So I'm not sure if you've had an opportunity to review those, but given they've only received, the committee's received them this morning, they have not been reviewed. But I'm just mentioning that for your information. So I think they were the main things. I also, just to note, at this stage of the timetable, we've got you scheduled, we have 45 minutes. We're running a little bit behind time. If I could just ask for you to leave some time for questions from the committee at the end of your presentation. And so on that note, just with some housekeeping matters there, I'd like to welcome you and thank you very much for coming to present to the committee. And I'll, if you're happy to, I'll leave it in your hands to provide us with an introduction about who you are and who you're representing as well. So thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Milu Wurungi, Tari Brendan Kennedy. I'm Milu Wurungi. Milu is the Murray River, Wurungi is a man. I belong to the Tari Lachi Lachi Wari Wari Weki Weki traditional owners of the country, from Mildura down to Swan Hill, both sides of the river. I'm also Deputy Chairperson of Mildred, Murray Lower Darling Rivers Indigenous Nations. But more importantly, I'm a Paddy Taddy traditional owner of Youngara and Balsa Island. So that's my country. It's my ancestors' country, and we've been in that landscape. I live there. I live in that area on country, and we've always been there. We've never been dispersed. Some groups have been dispersed off country. Our particular Tati Traditional Owner group have never been removed. We are the experts of that country. And just listening to the interrogation there of the scientist there before, talking about, it felt like there was a discussion going on. It certainly didn't sound like the discussion was going on about my country, particularly Balsa Island and Youngra. Nakuia Creek is the creek there. The river is the Milu, and the Milui belong to the Tati and all those nations up along the river, way up to Ian's country, up there, Yorta, and further upstream. So, yeah, we've been here on this landscape on the country for over 100,000 years. And, yeah, what I'm seeing is, yeah, I mean, I've been around a long time, been involved in a lot of processes and ongoing interruption and disturbance or mitigation or management of my people's countries and other people's countries for a long time, but this one takes the cake. This project takes the cake in terms of proponents and their workers going to certain levels that I haven't seen before in my years in Aboriginal politics, culture, land rights, heritage, language, water and country. So, yeah, certainly some examples are, you know, mentioning an organisation that I am very heavily involved in, Tati Aboriginal Corporation. I think we've lodged about 6 or 7 registered Aboriginal Party applications since 2006. Quite a prominent traditional owner group, well known. And certainly it's mentioned within the report that Tati Aboriginal Corporation has been consulted and included within the project, and that's totally false. That didn't happen, and I actually take offence. It's quite disrespectful that Tati Aboriginal Corporation has been mentioned within the documents as being consulted, because that did not happen. Certainly, in my role within Mildren, I'm currently deputy chairperson. I've also held the position of chairperson. I'm the Tati delegate. And a few years ago, when the project was proposed to the Confederation of Nations in Mildura by Mr. Nick Sheehan, there was a unanimous vote amongst the Mildura Confederation. 24 nations all voted to oppose the projects and the proposals. Since that time, the project teams have been put together and they have circumvented around those Mildura delegates, quite prominent delegates, high-level knowledge holders within the water space and the sector, expertise, and so the project proponents have gone around and really look to exploit and identify and target quite vulnerable people, people who suffer from mental health, people who suffer from not being on country, they're poverty-stricken, have chronic health conditions, and don't have that senior level of knowledge on country to be able to make decisions for country, but also to be able to speak for country. And so this is quite a sad, as I said before, I have never seen anything to this level before, certainly seeing it now. So yeah, just what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing today is quite a scientific, quite a technical discussion happening around the last presentation, and it actually, yeah, you know, I asked the question to you, you know, and you say the best available science, because it was all scientific, you know, and every time when First Nation people, when we talk about, you know, what we want for country, how we see country and how much we care for country and being a part of the decisions, we've certainly been dispossessed of being at the forefront of making decisions within these projects. I certainly go back a few years ago when I stressed to the government and I recommended that First Nations people be given the opportunity to actually deliver these projects or help co-design the project. And certainly that hasn't happened. Our people are being used just to do the cultural heritage assessments, monitoring and management side of, and aren't being informed of the whole context of why these projects are being proposed in the first place, and that is to save water. Look, with the way that my people have been locked out, in Balsa Island, Yungara, that's in Tati country, always has, always will be. And there's so much intangible cultural knowledge, history, science of our people. It's part of our creation story of the Milu, the creation of the Murray River by the giant cod. And that floodplain there, that island, and Nagoya Creek and all that landscape is all connected to Bunyadigal Creek, connected to Yungara, and connected to Narang and Magoya Lagoon and both sides of the river. And what I'm seeing is that part of our creation and our science, our cultural science that has been around for over 100,000 years, have been totally dismissed and ignored. I read in the actual statement there by the proponents that there was no tangible heritage identified, intangible heritage. I find that extremely hard to believe. When our people are out in country, that's all they talk about, is the spiritual side of country, the intangible side of country. They don't have to talk about the physical because the physical is there, alive with them. They talk about the intangibles. So for the proponent to say that there wasn't any identified, it's just, in all my years of being involved out on country and cultural heritage and surveys and assessing country, that has never ever happened before, where there's been no mention of intangible. So obviously they weren't listening, or they were quite explicit in not including intangible heritage within the proposal. And as I said earlier, there are the intangibles on our country there. When I hear people in this room talking about my country in terms of how to manage it hydrologically and species, water, response, it just makes me, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. In 2022, and this is still going on. And it's like we never existed in the first place. It's like only the colonisers know this country. Well, what's happening is the last bit of country that we have left is being colonised by putting structures on our country. And for us, that's, you're removing us off country, you're dispossessing us of country, the proposals, the proponents of their structures. We don't want the structures on our country. But the other thing too is that it spells the death for cultural flows for our country, also Yungara. We will never get cultural flow happening on our country while you are managing these structures and managing water. That's not even healthy water. I'm going to handball over to Will Mooney now to also pick up on some of the stuff I may have missed, but also talk about some very important part of this project components that Milton and nations have concerns about.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy, and welcome, Mr. Mooney. Sorry, your name was blended as one on my screen there. So thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for your thoughts, and you may have more to add following Mr. Mooney, but I'll happy for Mr. Mooney to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee members for hearing us. I'm a staff member with Mildren. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context, I suppose, about Mildren's inputs into this process. Mildren is a representative confederation that includes representatives from over 20 First Nations across the southern Murray-Darling Basin. We understand that the community across that region is diverse and there are many different views. Mildren's position and Mildren's, I suppose, submissions on this proposal reflect consensus decisions that have been arrived at through full gatherings and other meetings, as well as a statement which we have provided to the committee, which was submitted to the Victorian government in 2020. A statement signed by, I think, about 13 individual traditional owners and organisations, and I think that statement addresses some of the deep concerns about the design of this approach to what you might call floodplain restoration. I think that's been challenged by some of the other submitters. Brendan, I think, will speak most articulately about the impacts on country for him personally, but from an organisational perspective, Mildren wants to alert the committee to concerns expressed in that statement about the overall, I suppose, the cumulative effect of the operation of these projects on water recovery across the Murray-Darling Basin. We understand that the scope of the committee is limited in this matter, and that you're not tasked with considering the implementation of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. I suppose we contend that actually is central to these projects. That is actually foundational to these projects, and that the funding for this project and the other Victorian Murray floodplain restoration projects derives from Commonwealth government funding directed to limit the recovery of environmental water under the Basin Plan. So it's absolutely fundamental to this project. We understand that the proponent has presented that the 9 Victorian projects could offset a recovery amount of 120 gigalitres, or offset the need to recover 120 gigalitres of water for the environment. We know following the South Australian Murray-Darling Basin Royal Commission that the targets for water recovery in the Murray-Darling Basin are absolutely inadequate. We know that they're not adequate to sustain the ecological values and let alone the cultural values of that landscape. And we know that further reducing that volume of water recovery entails further impacts. What Mildren has done since 2015 and before is to interrogate and ask for more information from the Victorian government and from the Australian government and all basin state governments about the impact of that offset of environmental water on cultural values. There is an environmental equivalence methodology which the various basin state governments devised to calculate what they assessed as a reasonable offset of environmental water recovery against these projects. That resulted in an amendment to the Basin Plan in 2018 that reduced the water recovery target by 605 gigalitres. What the correspondence that we submitted to the committee this morning, or last night, sorry, what that goes to was repeated requests from Mildren to gain an understanding of what the impacts of reducing water recovery will be on First Nations cultural values outside of those areas where these projects are taking place. So whilst engineering works may be put in place at some of these locations and may result in different inundation or may allow water to get to some parts of the floodplain that it wouldn't otherwise, overall, these projects are contributing to a reduction in the environmental water recovered under the Basin Plan. An environmental equivalence methodology has been devised to assess the impact on environmental values, but there's been no consideration on the impact of that offset on cultural values. And as the material we provided indicates, neither the MDBA or the Victorian government has made any attempt or has provided us with any information about how that reduction in environmental water recovery that is caused, that is generated as a result of these projects will impact on cultural values. So we think it's a fundamental gap in the whole decision-making process. The cumulative impact, the cumulative adverse effect of removing environmental water from that bucket that is actually essential to sustain country and sustain cultural values. And we have not been able to receive any appropriate information about those impacts. So I guess we ask that the committee do consider those requests and those requests that were made in good faith over a number of years to receive more information about that. When looking at this project, please don't look at it in isolation. The other matter I just wanted to alert, and Brendan can probably speak in much more detail about this, but obviously there are various impacts and adverse effects associated with the project, which the proponent has noted, including direct impacts on, I think, over 107 or 117 unique Aboriginal cultural heritage features. I just wanted to draw the committee's attention to some material that we included as a reference in our submission, which is some work undertaken by archaeologist Dr. Colin Pardo in relation to flood enhancement works that were completed in the Kundra Paracuda forest. I think now that would have been going on probably a decade ago, 2012 or thereabouts. These works are similar to the works proposed across the Victorian floodplain. Kundra Paracuda is, I guess, a sort of parallel floodplain area on the New South Wales side of the river. Works undertaken there resulted in the excavation of, I think it was tens, if not more, of ancestral remains, I guess, to great trauma and impact on the First Nations who were involved and whose country it was. What is unique, I suppose, and what is particularly interesting about some of those cases, and I draw the committee's attention to Dr. Pardo's publication on this matter, was the excavation or the accidental disturbance of a 1,600-year-old burial site in that region. This individual that was uncovered was buried in deep clay, so outside of any of the areas that had been modelled as likely to be containing ancestral remains. So I note the proponent has identified, that obviously you try and avoid those areas where the predictive modelling would suggest that remains may be, but what we know is that, and what was unique about that case is that these incredibly significant, remains were found in areas that no one had modelled to contain, to be likely to contain remains. So there's a huge risk of that. These areas are highly culturally significant with a high concentration of, cultural heritage material. The risk, I suppose, of something similar happening is extremely severe because the impact on it is, the impact of that kind of disturbance is so severe on communities. So I do want to alert the committee to that, and I don't know that we have confidence that that kind of risk has been addressed through the material that we've been able to review in the EES documentation, which I note is extensive. So I don't know, Brendan, if you had any other thoughts on that sort of general matter, but
there are, yeah, and I know where all our ancestors are buried on Balsa Island, Youngra. I know where all our cultural heritage sites are. I make it my business. It's my obligation to my ancestors to know where they all are resting. Balsa and Youngra Islands are resting places for our ancestors. And I know for certain that when there are inundation that's been engineered, we prefer natural inundation or cultural inundation, cultural floods, where we design and deliver and we monitor and we maintain and we observe and we report from our cultural lens. And that taps into our spirituality, our connection and our cultural landscape and our ancient understanding of that landscape, which a lot of people who have been speaking do not have and can never have. And what will happen is that inundation will push a lot more pressure up into those highly sensitive and culturally spiritual areas, particularly the burials that are up on higher grounds. There will be animals, introduced animals will move in there. There'll even be human movement in early stages of inundation. And I noticed within the report there's 117 examples of cultural material being identified, and that would have been just in the lineal footprint of disturbance areas. But That whole landscape is one whole cultural landscape, and there'll be many thousands of examples of cultural material of high significance within that landscape. So any type of manufactured or engineering type of hydrological construction or changes to our country will severely impact and have irreparable damage to our cultural, spiritual, and ancestral understanding, links, and connection to that landscape. I cannot stress this enough, that country needs to be left alone. And we need to come to the First Nations, the traditional owners, and we are to design and deliver cultural water to that cultural landscape. And what I've heard today is just absolute. I just can't believe what I've heard today and what I've been reading and what I've seen over the past few years around this landscape about these projects. And for me, as a traditional owner, descendant, it's the last nail in the coffin of our country, is what's going to happen. And I plead to you to stop it, or to slow it, go back to the drawing board, go back and source all the best available science, not just the Western science experts who happen to be conveniently working for particular organisations or working with the proponents. Come to the traditional owners, the ancestral knowledge holders, so that we can maintain country. And that's where we're heading in this day and age. We're heading towards treaty, we're heading towards getting our land back in the future. How can we get that land back when you're going to further destroy and damage it by leaving behind these structures, these levee banks, by altering our cultural landscape? So that's where I sit. I'll certainly be looking to make applications under the Commonwealth Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, sections 10, 9, 10 and 12, seeking emergency declarations for mass protection of that cultural landscape as we get close to becoming in imminent harm from these projects. Thank you.
I'll just pick up briefly on something that Brendan did mention before, and I suppose that's in reviewing the material, and I don't think this is covered in our submission, but I think in reviewing the material, we're just trying to understand why there appears to be a gap, I suppose, in relation to the identification of intangible values. The material, I think chapter 11 in relation to the cultural heritage effects notes that no intangible cultural heritage values have been identified, certainly for Belstar, Yungara, I think perhaps for Hattah North as well, which I think Brendan's kind of expressed the view that doesn't, I suppose, sit comfortably with his understanding of the significance of that country. We're not clear whether that's because of a sort of a lack of the appropriate opportunities or channels to have that material, to have those views expressed, or whether it relates to the sensitivity of, the information about the intangible cultural heritage values of those places. But I suppose, again, I'd probably draw the committee's attention to a statement that was produced by a number of First Nations in relation to environmental water management across the Southern Connected Basin. I think other presenters in this hearing have identified the view that these projects have been largely driven by an engineering approach, perhaps rather than an ecological approach. And I think that's mirrored in the concerns that have been expressed by nations, or I guess the aspirations that have been expressed by member nations within Mildred for an interconnected, a connected river system flowing through from the mountains across the floodplain to the sea, where the effects of river regulation, the effects of intervention and regulation of that system are not replicated again and again by creating small refuge, sort of engineered refuge locations that can be actively managed to sustain something analogous to a natural, inundation pattern, whereas where the rest of the landscape perhaps is left to fend for itself or continue to decline, noting the further reduction in environmental water recovery as a result of these projects. So the nations that we brought together in 2021 to produce a statement on environmental water aspirations really spoke about the value of an interconnected river system, and that the river system is a living ancestral entity which should be connected from the headwaters across the floodplain and out to the Southern Ocean. This approach to management moves us further away from that vision. I guess the other point there was just in relation to the lack of what seems to be the lack of any kind of approach to dealing with the cumulative impact on intangible values across the scope of all these projects. I know that the CHMP for these projects has not been complete. We don't quite know whether that's just a sort of normal procedural delay, but it does seem, I suppose, odd that it seems that certain important matters have been left to be resolved through the CHMP, but it doesn't seem that the committee has all the material available to make a thorough, like to arrive at an informed view about the effects of the project when the CHMP is not completed. I think it talks about the materials talk about the CHMP addressing cumulative effects. I think it also talks about the CHMP addressing intangible values, but yeah, the CHMP is not complete. So we do wonder how the committee can arrive at a fully informed view without that being complete. Now, I don't know for myself if that's standard procedure or unusual. So
it is unusual. We usually do get a CHMP. So yeah, I certainly haven't seen any CHMP, but I have seen reference in this particular report to our cultural heritage. So, well, yeah, there was a quote there that there were no intangible heritage identified, which yeah, I'll certainly just articulate it. Yeah, certainly look, the way that we want, as First Nations people, we want water on country. Yes, we do. But we want sustained water on country. We want cultural flow. We want healthy water on country. We're certainly seeing how water has been delivered on country through environmental delivery, these types of projects, and it certainly hasn't given the effect. It hasn't provided a healthy outlook anyway, in terms of from our cultural lens. It may well be from a European lens, someone who works within an agency in the environmental space, but certainly they don't come from our country and they don't have the intimate knowledge and understanding of how healthy our country did look and how it can look, considering the operations of the rivers at the moment. So, as Will said, we don't want to see further band-aids and reactive, actions and approaches towards our environment. Our environment is very fragile. It needs to be treated and, as such, not just put water on the landscape, have a levee, hold it in, and then hope for the best. There's been a lot of removal of vegetation. A lot of our red gum forests and our black box forests and riparian zones. There's been a lot of clearing and removal. There's been a lot of loss of our native vegetation, and certainly just throwing water on that, just adding water does not fix it. There needs to be a rehabilitation and repairing of country, caring for country by the traditional owners. And we deserve, to at least be given that opportunity to be able to repair country, also to burn country, cultural burn, and also to reinstate the important species that need to be repatriated and reinstated back on the country that are connected to our ancestors who were buried in that country. And then, of course, delivering culturally healthy water to those areas, so that then you get the best effect, not just counting the frogs and the birds and there may be some fish assessments done, and there's a report. We've done a really good job. That's not how traditional owners, how we care for game. So we feel like, well, we've definitely, in our particular case, the Taddy Corporation, certainly I'm well in a position to be able to give advice around how poorly we've been included in this, and how very disillusioned and feel very ordinary about how we've been documented within this process. We've been locked out of it. There's a meeting on today somewhere. I have no idea where it's at, but it's to do with the VMFRP for that particular area. There's groups of people that are meeting today. Certainly, I don't have any information. So how can Taddy be well informed and consulted if we don't know what's going on? That's because we're very strong on asserting sovereignty and that we want to care for our country, and that doesn't seem to be the music that the proponents, projects, or the powers that be want to listen to. So hence the easiest way is to ignore us, and go around us, and find someone else who will take the money to go out and do the culture heritage monitoring. So yeah, we certainly at this stage, we've opposed this project from the start. We've had many discussions with state government about it, our concerns, and so we're here to put our views up today. And certainly from Mildren perspective, the Mildren Confederation of Nations, who are very highly qualified within the water space, been around for 25 years across the basin, representing 24 nations and 2 delegates per nation. So we're certainly well informed to be able to know what projects are of high risk and are of, would have an effect on nations collectively, nations' country and culture, and our ongoing relationship to country. And this is a project that we certainly didn't have any trouble identifying as being quite one of those projects that would certainly cause harm, ongoing harm to the cultural, the strength of the nation. How are we going for time?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Mooney. I would like to, the committee has some questions that we would like to ask you. So if you're happy to stay, and I'm sure we might just run over time slightly to make sure that we do get to ask the questions of you that we have. I'd just like to say the committee members that are sitting with us, and apologies, I was remiss at the beginning, having been partway through the day, I didn't fully do introductions, but the committee members from the EES Central that are sitting with us today, myself as chair, Member Kirsch, who you can see on the screen as deputy chair, Member Bell and Member Ham, who I understand that you're also familiar with. From the committee, Member Ham will be asking you some questions, so general questions from the committee. Before I do hand to Member Ham to ask you those questions, I'd just like to confirm that the proponent will be providing some detailed submissions to us in response to traditional owner and cultural value issues in closing on Wednesday next week. And I'm confident they will have noted the questions that you asked in your presentation earlier related to the intangible values and the CHMP update. So if I could just ask the proponent to ensure that that's covered off in the submissions to us in closing. Thank you. But on that note, I'll hand directly to Member Ham to run through some questions by you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Mooney. Excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold, so if I sniff, that's what it's about. I'm interested, obviously, our terms of reference keep us limited to Hatter Lakes North and Belsar, rather than looking at the whole of the Murray River system. So questions I ask will be around that. I'll start with Mildren, and I note that Mildren has 24 members to it, which is obviously up and down the Murray system and the Darling system. But could you just let me know which ones of those 24 members particularly pertain to Belsar, which is your identified area of interest, besides yourselves as Taddy, if any do?
certainly don't know of any other traditional owner group that would be relevant to Balsa Island.
Okay, so yeah. So
I'm
Taddy
just-
are
I'm
the
sorry,
only ones
Mr.
involved in Balsa.
Kennedy, I'm having trouble hearing you actually. The audio was okay when you were presenting, but just in the response to question, then it was a very, very quiet. So just see if you can adjust anything at your end. I don't know if others were having the same issue. Yeah, so we'll just perhaps a little closer to the microphone, Mr. Kennedy, or something to make it a little easier to hear you.
I'd be the same question if I asked Mr. Ham about your audio. Are there any other groups that are pertaining to that particular area of country? So yeah, it'd be exactly the same. So
Yeah.
we'll know that Balsa Island sits well within Taddy County.
And as far as you're aware, no other traditional owner groups have interest in the Belsar area.
Well, I can't speak for everyone else out there that has interest in anything else in the world. I can only tell you from Taddy's perspective.
Yep.
And yeah, certainly we have ancestral interest to that place.
Yep, no worries. Now, in relation to any consultation processes undertaken by the proponent in the development of the projects, clearly in your submission, you're saying broadly that there was effectively no consultation. So does that mean there was, literally no consultation, or in your view, or in the view of Mr. Mooney, was consultation or not of great depth? Didn't it go far enough? Those type of things?
I think Brendan will be able to speak for a more probably on-ground experience of that. But I think the position that Mildred's tried to articulate in the submission probably goes more to the overall design of the program. Whilst yes, there's certainly been conversations, and as Brendan mentioned, there is engagement, there is consultation with traditional owners in different ways, and certainly in relation to the cultural heritage assessments. And I said we're not intending to speak for any individual traditional owners on their views about that. But the point that we need to articulate is that the whole design of the SIDLAM supply measure program and the Victorian Murray Floodplain Restoration Project was devoid of free, prior and informed consent, counter to the principles articulated in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which is that First Nations have the right to make determinations about, what happens on their country and approve or reject projects on the basis of what they know is right for their country. These were a fait accompli. These projects were presented to traditional owners with some tinkering around the edges, but ultimately as a fait accompli, as an engineering solution to problems imposed by the colonial water management regime. So when we say consultation is suboptimal, or there's been a failure in consultation, from the Mildred perspective, we're talking about the whole systemic approach to this model, to this project work. I hope that answers that question, but Brendan will be able to speak more about the, consultation closer to the project areas.
Well, for Taddy Aboriginal Corporation, which has been mentioned within the report, I'm unaware of any quite significant consultation or contact being made. There's certainly been a lot of avoidance that's happened. That's certainly quite evident. We've certainly seen the project team in and around Robinvale and others. So we're able to see that there is some type of activity going on, but it certainly didn't include us. And that's been happening now for well over a year or more, maybe a year and a half. So it's very obvious and visible. And also there are lots of eyes and ears around on country who we share as part of our cultural economy, we share information. So in terms of any level of consultation, certainly, as I said earlier, I've been in a number of places, high level places, and certainly my understanding of consultation, including and being involved in projects is at quite a level that First Nations people have become accustomed to. Fought hard over decades to be included and be part of co-design, co-creating, coexisting. So certainly, yeah, this particular project goes backwards a fair way. The dark old days.
Yeah, I guess I'll just add to that as well. I mean, just reading the points in the submission, I don't believe we made the representation that there was no consultation. I think we mentioned that many traditional owners, as has been communicated to us through various forums, felt marginalised from the decision-making process, and that they weren't afforded free, prior and informed consent, which obviously doesn't, it isn't making the claim that there was no consultation. And I suppose just as an example, there was the statement that we have tabled for the committee where a number of traditional owner groups came together and wished to send that message to the Victorian government. It was submitted to the then Water Minister, and she responded. And one of the actions that they took in response to that statement was to appoint a traditional owner representative to the project control group. Before that point, we understand there was no traditional owner involvement in that high level project control. So I guess that just kind of speaks to the way, the approach that we feel that we've had to agitate significantly to ensure proper consideration of First Nations views at a high level within the whole project.
Mm-hmm. I do want to clarify just something that you did say earlier about what consultations there have been. Correct me if I'm wrong about this, but consultation such as there was very much limited to physical cultural heritage as defined in the, I'm assuming, I'm interpreting this what it said, physical cultural heritage within the confines of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage or the Aboriginal Heritage Act. And you were limited to that part of it. Is that what you were meaning when you referenced that engagement before?
Yeah, and that's been that's been a standard practice now for a long time, I think, since the Heritage Act came in. So I think, yeah, definitely there's been a continuation of that practice. Also, yeah, and of course, if we're talking about intangible heritage, certainly it wasn't any intangible heritage provided by me, myself, or my clan, my people on behalf of our ancestral knowledge of intangible heritage. So I think to say there wasn't any identified, see, as I said earlier, go back a few years back, we were saying to the government what we recommended, and we were providing our views, our cultural views, our cultural understandings, giving cultural direction about how these projects, including us traditional owners, and how we can co-design these projects. And that wasn't consistent or wasn't conducive to what whoever was in charge of the overall projects at a state level, or whether it's a CMA or whatever. So that's where the failure and the breakdown has happened. And they've decided, well, that's not what we want to do. We'll go around and we'll try and make others fit into how we want to deliver these projects. And that's what's happened. And it's certainly brought up a lot of issues, and will continue to bring up a lot of issues.
Mm-hmm. So following on from that, the EES documentation itself as relates to these two projects, particularly BELSA, what's your view of how the EES documentation describes Aboriginal cultural heritage and how it should be managed?
Well, it's based off so it's not based off Tatty, our cultural assessment of significance for cultural material on BELSA Island. So it's not based off the heritage advisors, which they apply the Borough Charter. Borough Charter is the charter that's been accepted by archaeologists over a couple of decades ago, and it outlines how archaeologists determine significance, cultural significance of materials pertaining to a particular landscape on behalf of those traditional owners, and that's in itself is quite problematic. So it's any references or an assessment made in terms of significance for any cultural material on Balsa Island, it's not consistent with how Taddy view and hold significance to cultural material. I also want to mention we have a letter, Taddy Aboriginal Corporation. We have a letter from the Aboriginal Heritage Council that has appointed Taddy Aboriginal Corporation responsible for ancestral remains over on Balsa Island. So yeah, that was from 2020. That was sent to myself as the contact of Taddy Aboriginal Corporation. So we are forwarded by the Aboriginal Heritage Council of that time. We are given recognition, and it's our own authorisation, but it's recognised that we are the traditional owners, and that those ancestral remains are to be the citizens are in the possession of belonging to Taddy Aboriginal Corporation, traditional owners.
And the in relation to the environmental management framework, I'm assuming that your view of that is the same as it is for the ESS documentation in relation to Aboriginal cultural heritage?
Yeah, 100%. When archaeologists come out of my country, I train them up. My people train them. So our country is a specific country. And when I heard earlier the description of how to orchestrate or apply some type of engineering on a landscape, I was absolutely horrified, because that just does not apply to that landscape. And so any environmental impact statements, assessments that haven't been produced by Taddy or haven't had a strong Taddy content, knowledge input into that, certainly not going to be sufficient to address and meet the needs and provide the proper protection to that cultural heritage material. Well, we call it our cultural inheritance.
Yep, just following off from some of this. So one of the things I guess I'm interested in is if I hear you correctly, you've mentioned cultural heritage advisors a couple of times, and under the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act, that's who proponents usually engage. Have you been engaged with any other people from the proponents other than the cultural heritage advisors that they've had deal with you?
I haven't had any contact with any of the cultural advisors at all.
Or anybody else in the Taddy Corporation, or Mildred, Mr. Mooney for that matter.
Have they been contacted?
Yes, by anyone from the proponent other than the cultural heritage advisors.
I'm not sure, maybe. I couldn't confirm that. But the point is, you have to have the senior knowledge holders of country. If they are going to say in their reports that they're going to document and identify cultural heritage, we call it cultural inheritance, within that landscape, then they have to have the relevant expertise and cultural expertise and knowledge holders to be able to undertake those assessments. And certainly what I know to be fact is that they haven't done that. They haven't sourced the experts and knowledges of that particular landscape in regards to cultural heritage materials.
Given where this project is at the moment, and particularly in relation to the CHMP, is there anything that could be done that could address your concerns around the overall project to take into account the well-articulated views that you've presented today for the Taddy?
Yeah, we've come up with we've sourced some what we call Western experts in landscape architecture and modelling and predictive modelling. We work in climate change adaptation. So we're highly, we have highly credentialed and expertise in the area, and we are able to source. We want to be able, I mean, we haven't had an opportunity to co-design, to actually sit down and identify how we can make the, any projects work on country, whether we want the projects, or even be able to, we haven't even been a part of the decision making. So you've got to go back to the decision making. Certainly have not been afforded any decision making opportunities. So I think that's a place to start.
Yeah, just I guess from Mildren's perspective as well, Mildren would take the view that the offset, the environmental water recovery offset is inherently problematic. There's, as I mentioned before, there's a significant omission there in relation to the effect of that so-called offset on cultural values. We also don't have a lot of confidence that the equivalency that has been determined through that methodology is, does it deliver the same thing? So I suppose removing 605 gigalitres from the environmental pool in exchange for a number of engineering works that will alter the way the inundation on those areas of floodplain happens. Is that a fair exchange, so to speak? Is that actually an equivalent process? So we would go back, Mildren would go back to that, and I suppose a condition would be, or a representation would be, that if you want to enhance inundation in certain areas of floodplain, that may be an approach that the community thinks is appropriate with the right consultation, with the right process. That may be an approach that we go down, but it shouldn't be linked to any kind of offset or any kind of what we would consider a pretty spurious offset of an absolutely essential public asset, which is the recovery of environmental water to restore the Murray-Darling Basin to health. So we fundamentally disagree with that linkage, which has been, which is actually where the funding derives for these projects. So let's not forget that. And I think we would also go back to free, prior, and informed consent, and back to the provisions of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. If there had been a process of free, prior, and informed consent from the beginning, we may not, I guess we may not be expressing these views at this point in the project. And, that would be ideally what we would like to see.
Beyond the requirements of the Cultural Heritage, the Aboriginal Heritage Act, and obviously development of a CHMP, has there been any discussions with the proponents around Mildren's or Tatty's participation in the future implementation or monitoring, or any ongoing role in how these whole things eventuate? Or in your view, have you felt limited to just the confines of the Aboriginal Heritage Act?
Yeah, it would definitely be just confined to the Aboriginal Heritage Act. I'm the Tatty delegate on Mildren, also a contact person, Tatty Aboriginal Corporation, sit on a number of Tatty forums, Tatty organisations and platforms. So certainly no to all of those questions in regards to any current, past, future or ongoing involvement or discussions or initiation of any future monitoring or anything. So there's been absolutely just a blank page for me.
I understand that there was, and I think this is included actually in the response from then Minister Lisa Neville in relation to her response to the statement that we provided, signed by 13 different traditional owners and organisations. She intimated that there was a allocation of funding made to support nations to undertake Aboriginal waterway assessments, which is another thing that Mildren has led, is the supporting nations to use a methodology to document their watering objectives, and Brendan's and other communities in that region have used that methodology. The Minister suggested that there was going to be an allocation to allow nations who have interests, I suppose, within those floodplain areas to be better involved or use the Aboriginal waterway assessments methodology. I believe that funding was provided to the Catchment Management Authority, but I'm not aware of I'm not aware of how that has been delivered or made available to those nations. And certainly it's been intimated that there would be a role, there would be a role for nations in kind of the operation of the works when they're, if and when they're done, but we don't really know what exactly that would look like. And yeah.
I'd also, something that I forgot to mention is in 2008, 2009, Tati Tati Aboriginal Corporation prosecuted the Mallee CMA under the Commonwealth Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act over their installation of a regulator at Magoya Lagoon, and that has impacted on that organisation, the way that they have interacted with Tati Tati Aboriginal Corporation over the past decade, and also with Lower Murray Water. Tati Tati Aboriginal Corporation also prosecuted Lower Murray Water when they were constructing the Robinvale Irrigation District pipeline upgrade. We prosecuted them under the Commonwealth Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, and that went quite up the chain to Minister, what's his name? He used to be lead singer of Peter Garrett.
Minister Garrett.
Went way up high, and we had higher level mediators, and it got really serious. And since then, Lower Murray Water, that's 12 years now, 13 years. Lower Murray Water haven't had anything to do with Tati Tati. Hence, there is quite a significant conflict of interest that's happened there. We feel like we've been ostracised. There's been a high level of bias against Tati Tati Aboriginal Corporation, particularly myself, who has led that organisation and led those particular prosecutions. And so that's quite serious concerns for me and Tati Tati when those two organisations are the main project proponents. I want to put that on the record, that's known on the record how serious that is.
So in your view, that those prosecutions you undertook under the Commonwealth legislation has had an ongoing effect with your relationship with the CMA and the LMW? Well,
it's affected the way that they have dealt with Tati Tati.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It hasn't affected us in terms of the organisation. It shaped the way that they've dealt with Tati Tati over the last 12 years, and it's continued into this project.
Mm-hmm. So just following from that, you're open to having a better relationship than you've had with them to date, or in the past decade almost, or decade.
Water has just been non-existent. It's just, they've serviced the irrigators, and they will continue to service the irrigators, and I just find it absolutely can't believe that they're now managing these projects in terms of delivering environmental water on white people's country. So it's come full circle, and with the Mallee CMA, there's been little bits and pieces here and there, but we were told by the Mallee CMA that they had distanced themselves from the VMFRP. They are not a part of the VMFRP, Victorian Murray Floodplain Restoration Project, and it turns out they are. So, that's another. We just want truth telling here. We deserve the truth. We deserve to see transparency, honesty, clarity, and there needs to be integrity, and we expect there to be respect and honesty towards us as a traditional owners of the country. I mean, that should be a given. I think a lot around the state, a lot of traditional owners are getting that, but we're seeing up here in the Mallee, in particular, that hasn't been happening.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions for the presenters.
Thank you very much, Member Ham, for taking. Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm still mute. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much for taking Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Mooney through those questions. So on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank you very much for taking the time to come and present to us today, and for the written submissions that you've provided as well, which we'll go through in some detail. So thank you.
Thank you everyone for the opportunity. Have a great day. Everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So given the time, I will ask if there are any urgent questions or end of the day matters that we need to discuss before we rise for the day. Coming first to the proponent. Mr. Townsend, no, nothing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Decker, your hand is up. I'll come to you. Hoping that you're still able to unmute.
There we go. Thank you, Member Kendall. Oh, look, I just wanted to confirm before closing out of the day that the committee has withdrawn all questions in the correspondence dated to us on the 27th of January.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Decker. And I, yes, possibly didn't explain that clearly this morning. Yes, we will email all parties and advise them that that letter as initially issued will be withdrawn, and that we will hear submissions from the proponent in relation to those matters. We'll reserve the right to come back to DCAR for any questions if we have them following that. We'll certainly be mindful of the time constraints around preparing that. So I will we will let you know in advance so that we can have a discussion throughout the hearing and discuss the needs and realistic timeframes if that situation eventuates.
Thank you. Appreciate the confirmation and clarity around that. And we certainly welcome any opportunity to assist where needed and appropriate. So happy to help.
Thank you very much, Mr. Decker. We appreciate that. Okay, so if there are no further questions, we will rise for the day. And I note we're not sitting tomorrow. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the day, we'll see everybody starting at 10:30 on Thursday morning. So thank you very much and look forward to seeing everybody then.